We bring you this week's flight sim news with thanks to SayIntentions. We check out AeroTone from SoFly, Typical Weather and GoFish by Parallel 42, the Archangel by KwikFlight and SR-71A by Blackbird Simulations, Papua New Guinea Bus Trips Volume 5 from Orbx, and a Eurofighter Typhoon from IndiaFoxtEcho. Happy Wednesday. Welcome to the middle of the week, the halftime show, the midweek shuffle. Welcome to the news. It's very busy now tonight. We should put up the handbrake and start an hour early. Don't adjust your watches or chronos. It is I who have been here before we're supposed to be here. It's very busy, and we kind of cram everything into the one show tonight. We don't have a news stream next week because it's Christmas Eve, you see. So, here we are now. Brilliant. Now come here. We'll start off tonight with a catastrophe. So anyway, the biggest spider you've ever seen in your lives, right, was in the downstairs toilet. And I went in to do, my evolutions. And what Jesus I said, this huge maniac, right, with a three-piece suit, a cane, a shopping trolley, and a packet of batteries. That's how big he was. So I did what every grown man does. This is AeroTone, this is the thing. What? I've just done me nails. Listen. So I went upstairs to use the upstairs evolutions. And Mrs. Two-Tone decided to come down the stairs to sort the problem. Yes, sort the problem. And what she did... Oh, no, and after... I may have said it once or twice. We've been redecorating here in Murph Manor, painting and all nice things, and I finished the painting today. Anyway, Mrs. Two-Tone comes down, walking down the stairs. That's her walking down the stairs. She comes down the stairs, right? And she can't reach the spider, so she needs to get a ladder. Now, the ladder in which I've borrowed is my dad's ladder. Right, it's a wooden ladder, but the story, no ordinary ladder, not at all. Me dad found this, or someone was throwing it out, before I was born. That's how old this thing is, right? And he's like, why would someone throw away a perfectly good ladder? And it's been in the family ever since. It's a step ladder. It never knew it's real. Anyway, so she gets up the ladder, and she goes to, deal with the maniac. And whatever move she made, she went to go at him. And the thing said no, and it jumped. The spider jumped at her face. Jesus, she said. And the spider went off somewhere, so she had to get down. And then when she got down, the ladder was to one side. She went looking for the spider, hit off the ladder. The ladder then collapses, falls, As she tries to catch it, she bashes her nails, in which she was painting, into the door that was painted and left a mark. Hello, dear. I was just telling them what was happening with the ladder.
I nearly fell.
You didn't nearly fall.
I nearly fell off the ladder. It closed and fell into the door.
And you broke a nail.
And I broke.
After I just dented the door.
I couldn't give less about the door.
The what? And the spider's still let loose. Have you found him?
I'm gonna put it in your pillow.
Why would you do that?
Because
he wouldn't fit me pillow. That's how big he is.
It's your fault.
It's not my fault. I couldn't be there now, sitting in my little den of iniquity, knowing that thing was on the wall looking at me. Do you know what I mean? Oh no, we couldn't have that. This all happened in the last 15, 20 minutes, by the way. So, right, I mean, talk about, like, we're right in the heart of the danger, you know. I think you're great.
I hope you wake up with it.
I can't believe it jumped at you.
It didn't jump. I went to catch it and it moved and landed. And I was like, shit.
Merciful hour.
Fell, stopped myself from falling into the toilet, went to grab the ladder and the ladder was flat.
Merciful hour, lads. You don't deserve her. Wait, what?
No,
Listen.
No.
Don't encourage Scott. Bloody hell. But anyway, you're up to date now with all the things that happened in my life. Biggest feckin' spider you've ever seen. And he's at loose somewhere now amongst us. He could be anywhere, I say. Yeah, but we'll have to wait and see. But anyway, that's where we're at. That's what my evening entailed. Tonight, we're very busy. You see, friends, we've lots of news to cover, right? Great updates from SayIntentions. We also have news from IniBuilds, amongst other things. And we're going to be checking out some stuff. AeroTone, a brand new add-on being released from SoFly. You want to have a look at this. Also, we have Typical Weather from Parallel 42. And when I started looking at this, I was like, huh? And then I tried it. Jesus. And then I tried it. And now I'm going to show it. And then we have GoFish, another add-on from Parallel 42. They've been flat out with the stuff, right? So we're going to check out those. We're also on the ground here in Papua New Guinea because we have a new Bush Highland volume. It's a collection of bush strips all around Papua New Guinea from Orbx. We're going to be checking that out as well. And then, because it's a week of strange, there is an Archangel and an SR-71. They look terribly similar, but are they similar is the question. We're looking at both of those this evening, and also the Eurofighter 2000, the Typhoon, which has just been released by IndiaFoxtEcho. Hence, we're here for a while because it's very busy, and there's a lot of news as well. So, yeah, right. You know, loads of things to talk about. I want to thank you all as well, so very, very much for joining us yesterday. We didn't finish in last place. We narrowly escaped it. Grizzle being last. Right, and he's the only one who does racing. Hilarious. But yeah, we had a good bit of crack with the Red Bull racing last night, and yeah, it was the taken part, lads. The taken part. So it was loads of fun. So, yes, very busy tonight. Like to welcome you all in. As I said, we don't have a news stream next week as it's Christmas Eve. First Christmas Eve I've not been working for 20 years. I'm going to enjoy it. I'm going to drink eggnog and watch National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation or Zulu or something, you know. And we'll see what happens. But anyway, let's get into what we're doing, and shall we? So who's here? Look, CP65, happy Wednesday. Apache is here. Spitfire RAF 100 is in the chat. Welcome in, buddy. Upside down again is Mrs. TPHI. Welcome aboard. Mac Vision, good evening. Agent Presta is here. Fierce Wolf, looking fierce and wolfy. Good to see you, buddy. Bell Bro is in the house. Good man yourself, Bell Bro. Bio Games, welcome in. Eamon 1973 is in the chat. Welcome in, Eamon. APU Inspector, we are halfway to the weekend. It's going to be great. I have to do my Christmas shopping on Saturday. It's going to be hilarious. Yeah, right. It's just so many people. Kelly Price is here. Good to see you. Heisenberg, welcome in, buddy. Crafty Tigers, good evening. Willow, how much? He says, Murph, a huge congrats on not finishing last in the Red Bull races yesterday. Right. I did my best. 98 Vulcan is here. Good evening, Murph and Fireflies. Preparing for heatwave conditions here. Ooh, Jesus. I guess summer is here. And Mrs. Vulcan is home from hospital after 7 weeks. Fantastic news. Well done. Congratulations. And brilliant. Well done, 98 Vulcan. Soaring AJ, Tier 3, 59 months. Jesus, thank you very, very much indeed. Soaring AJ. Great to see you, buddy. Heisenberg says, Murph, you may not have been first at the races, but you are second to none when it comes to showmanship. I didn't know what to say. What's kind of strange, I do that on my own as well. I just shout and scream at myself all the time, you know. Man shouts at clouds. But that's me, you know. But anyway, PQ, good evening. Piper is here. Welcome aboard. 60 in a row. Cheers, Piper. Robert J56, good evening. Crafty Tigers at 95 in a row. Cheers, man. Creo, hope you're well. Hello to County Mayo. Hope all is well in the county. PH Roy is in the house. Good evening. He says, I heard Red Bull Racing has showed interest in hiring you as a commentator. Could you imagine? Oh, Jesus. They also offered you a spot to replace Max Verstappen. Yeah, good news, good news. Good to see you, Roy. Max Stallion, good evening. Kirog is here. Stu Snape, my dude, good evening. He says there must be a bumper news and showcase for an extra hour. It is. It's very busy, but you're most welcome. Old Veteran 965. Happy Hump Day, everyone. Are you ready for the news? How about Christmas? Only 8 more days. Oh, my. Oh, my. It's only 8 days to Christmas. I have nothing. I have to do it all on Saturday. I'll get up early. You know, that's me walking to the car. I'll go to the shops, buy what I need to buy, and then come home again. It's brilliant. Bulletproof, rock solid plan. Yeah. It's all going to happen on Saturday. This coming Saturday. Let's see what happens. The Impossible Phase, it is a news overload. Indeed it is. Taylor. Jesus, there's buttons. Jesus. Taylor is here. Good to see you. Ozymandias, welcome aboard. Adam Controls for 28 months. It's not about the taking part. It's about the subscribing. Brilliant. Adam Controls, thank you very, very much indeed. Me dude, hope you're well, man. Hermit something. I guess there's something wrong with me watch. No, we're early tonight. It's very busy. Sai120, good evening. Hope you're well. Muse fan bursts in the door with his knee. Ooh, happy Wednesday. Gar Gaming, hello to all in County Galway. Hope you're well, buddy. Energizer's here. He says, evening all. I didn't know it was daylight saving two-tone. Yes, DST. We like it. That's right. Good to see you, Energizer. Welcome in, buddy. Willow, how much? Thank you for your bits. Throwing them around the place like confetti. It was a good thing you were sitting on the toilet at the time. I wasn't sitting on the... Could you imagine? You'd have a front row view to everything. Right. Do you know? Mr. Minimite, good evening. Hope you're well. We're over here now, look. Malky says, it sounds like something out of a sitcom. 20 streams in a row? Brilliant. So what you're trying to say is you caused your wife loads of unbearable agony. License to do so, Muse. Right? You get away with everything until suddenly you don't and you wake up outside. How did I get here? But yeah, no, I do all the time. Let me see now. Fresh on her mind then, right? A spider that jumps and wears a three-piece suit. Sounds more like Jimmy Cricket. Right? Zybok Doc is here. Very good evening. Hello from Denmark. Hello from Tipperary, where the temperature is an outlandish 9 degrees. 9 degrees. We've gone from 0 to 9. It's subtropical. It's subtropical, lads. Subtropical. Pie Man Jim, good evening. Little known fact, 8-Legged Freaks was filmed at Murphy's house. As was Arachnophobia. As was anything with spiders. Jesus, I hate them. But anyway, he's sneaking under your chair at this very moment. He is, yeah. Brave. Jesus. Ozymandias, thank you very much indeed for 46 months. Cheers, buddy. Hope you're well. He's on the back of your jumper on the hood. I just saw wee spider legs. Definitely. If that were to happen, I'd jump out that door. I mean, dive like an Olympic swimmer. You know. Where's this now? Where there is one, there is a ton more. Right? The spider's going to wait for you. Oh, Jesus, there's buttons. Bloody hell. The spider's going to wait for you. Yeah. It's Murph with all about 30,000 add-ons he's showing off. Mr. Dan, good evening. Hope you're well. Fornax is here. Welcome in. Where's this now? Did you pay Grizzle off to finish last? No, he was He wasn't too impressed about it, but it's all about taking part. I'm all nervous now. My eyes are going everywhere looking for spiders. Oh, Jesus. Febro, good evening. Sun Jammers in the house. We were wondering what is Murph drinking. What am I drinking? I had nothing. Maybe you should let Mr. Two-Tone choose the movie. That'll make sense. Yes, that'll make sense. You are supposed to shop on the weekday or online. Not at all. Eddie is here. Good evening. Mrs. Toto. So, Murph, I feel I need to show a bit of solidarity with Mrs. Two-Tone. It's your fault. Wait, what? You should have invited on taking on the role of Spider Slayer. I think a session at the nail salon is in order. No, I mean, they're not too bad. You know, cleaning the walls now kind of worn them down a bit, but they're all right. I mean, you know, if you were to sit at a table with me now, apart from that bit of paint in my finger that I can't get off, there actually is. You can't see it. Do you look? No, you can't see it. There's a tiny bit of paint there. Oh, wait, hang on. Plus a lovely massage. Sure, listen, I mean, the old shoulders are giving me a terrible lot of lacquery lately. Yeah. Mrs. Toto, I like this conversation now. I mean, I agree with what it is you are recommending. Yes, I should go to a salon and get myself a massage on top of it. Yes. Where's this now? Plus a lovely massage as a promise. You won't make such an arachnid mistake again. You are, of course, talking about Mrs. Two-Tone should get all these lovely things done, and I should, you know, drink a glass of concrete to harden the up. Something like that, is it? Right. There I was thinking it was me lovely nails. Ah, bloody hell, Mr. Toto. But you want to see the size of this thing, right? Mr. Toto will back me up. This thing, I mean, right, massive, scary and everything, you know. They've 8 legs. How many eyes? 1,000. They've 1,000 eyes and they're all looking at you. No, we can't be dealing with that. Mac Manso, thank you very much indeed for 31 months. Cheers, buddy. Very kind of you, sir. Airlock Doc is here. Evening, Murph. No funny thing to say. It's been one of those days. Give me some news. Did you hear about the spider incident and the old ladder from the 1980s that fell and made an absolute me door? And then Mrs. Two-Tone, who was upstairs doing her nails, I called in reinforcements, asked her to put in a section in attack. The spider jumped towards her, and as she scuttled around to try and catch it, she punched the ladder, falling towards the door, and in order to save it, she bashed her finger, broke her nail, and the ladder hit the door anyway. That all happened moments before going live. I'm sleeping outside tonight. I'm in danger. Right, that's what goes on here. Commander Balosh, good evening. Idle cut off. Cambridge calling. Hello from Tipperary. Echo Tyler is here. Echo 19. You're very welcome. Love your work. We're going to be checking out some of that tonight. Welcome in. Thank you very much indeed for your tier 2 11 months. Seems just like yesterday when you came along. But thank you very much indeed. Your commentary last night was brilliant, says I'll cut off. Thanks very much. It's scuttering. Yeah, I'm not rambling on. Steiny is here. Frankenstein with 5 gifted tier 1 subs to the community here on Twitch. Steiny, thank you so very, very much indeed. Lads, if you got a tier 1 sub with thanks to Frankenstein, do be sure to say thank you. The man is incredibly sound and nice. Where's this now? Is this the AI generated Murph? Amazing, that technology. It's now better than the real thing. Oh, wait, what? Yeah. Here it is 7, says Zybok. Yes, ditto. Big Al is here. You managed to get to the start of the stream without crashing, unlike a certain race yesterday, but we'll keep that between us. Right. Big Al, good to see you, bud. Retriever Neil is in the house. Mr. 90 is here. Good to see you. Yeah, brilliant, right? Waffle Turtle, welcome aboard. Where are we at now? Gibbo Ireland is in the chat. Come on, Gibbo. Gibbo be the same. I don't know if he likes spiders. Does he? I don't like spiders. You should sleep next to a spider's nest. Are you mad? What? Why would you? Jesus, no. There's a lot more spiders in the doghouse. Yeah, we don't have a dog. Gunho Guy, welcome aboard. Sean Dale is here. As I said last night, says Retriever Neil, what Murph lacked in skill, he made up for in entertainment. Yes, inside I was crying. Sean Game, good evening. Did the Irish invent killer house spiders? We did. We regret it terribly. Yes, Flying Tonight is here. Very happy Wednesday. Hope you're well, buddy. Right, over here, look. More buttons to be pressed, lads. Napa is in the house. FMJ, good evening. Kubi, Montana, welcome aboard. Good day to Nate. Uniform Goose, good day, Goose. Black Sheep Jean is stalking and squawking. Jesus, good to see you, Jean. Super Ty is lurking. Sup? Dave Cleary, legend Dave. Welcome back, Dave. Hope you're well. Who else come in the door? Mr. TPHI, eight-legged freaks. Indeed, indeed. Sir DLW is in the house. Smiley, welcome aboard. Don't look now, but the spider is behind you. Jesus. You arachnophobes wage war on anything small. Wait, what? Was it Quentin Tarantula? Kill Bill, indeed. He's crawling on your feet. What? What's GoFish? We'll have a look now in a moment. It's pretty cool. Kieran Nile is here, and thank you very much indeed for your super chat. Good to see you, Kieran. Hope you're well. Spiders love the inside of headset cushions. Ah, Jesus. Are we going to do some flying tonight, Murph? Later on, but not much. It's more showcasing stuff tonight. Giving you an idea before you have to spend your hard-earned cash. It gives you the chance to see add-ons, ask questions about them. Can it do this? Can it do that? And hopefully, I can provide you with that. A bit of information that will help you decide to buy or not buy. That's the aim of the game. Air Moose, hello from Newfoundland. A very good evening. Hello from Tipperary. Hope you're well. Darfrost is here. Murph, study says overcrowded toilets at flight level 300 change the centre of gravity. Yes. Indeed. I couldn't agree with you more. Wait, what? Change the centre of gravity. Brilliant. Tima, welcome in. Did you hear some explorer found the world's largest spider web in a cave somewhere? Wasn't in Tipperary. I saw it. Did you see it? Did you see that? Jesus. I mean, you can actually park a Volkswagen Beetle in there. That's how big that thing was. Anyway, where's this now? Sean Dale says, Archangel, SR-71, Eurofighter 2000. Has to be a day one, so hope all okay. I'm telling you. There'll be stuff here now. Don't cats eat spiders? Not our cat. No. She'll look at it and go back asleep. Highly trained cat, highly trained. She only attacks at night time, Wednesday, the day my my paycheck disappears, says Black Sheep Jean. Yes, a dangerous day for all. Right, shall we get to it? It's a busy night. Come on over here now. Asher, look at Daz is here. Welcome in, Daz Arab. Hope you're well, my guy. Daz, are you all set for Christmas? Get back up in the tree there, will you? Brilliant. Right, now, I'm calling Dazza an angel. Did you see what I did there? You're an angel, Dazza, don't mind them. Spider, don't talk to me about spiders. Oh, wait, snakes in a plane. Oh, wait, what? Don't talk to me about spiders until you live in Australia. See, I can't live in Australia because you have spiders. I've had it with these spiders on this plane. Yes, 100%. Murph, how is this for coincidence? Anna's nurse was a lovely lass from Cork. No way! Brilliant. Yeah, it's a lot of Irish out that neck of the woods, especially nurses. All our nurses went out there. We're shagged over here. I mean, anything bigger than... If you have an injury worse than a plaster, you're effectively shagged, Diner Dan, good evening. Hope you're well. Right, lads, shall we get to it? I'm very busy tonight, so I even have notes. So, are you calling me a fairy or an angel? An angel, does it? An angel. A fairy angel. Brilliant. Damn funny. Sounds like warmth and sweat and heat. Excellent. Right, we'll be checking this out now in a moment. It's Papua New Guinea, the Bush Strips, Volume 5, right? You have notes. Who made up the notes? I made the notes. So expect things to be wrong. So what we're going to do, before we jump into the sim, I need to bring the sim volume down. Yes. There we go. Because tonight, friends, we have a lot of news, right? So DK Funfly, good evening. Decided to upgrade the sim this Christmas holiday. I've ordered a 55-inch OLED TV, a couple of small USB screens, and hope everything comes here just before Christmas. That sounds amazing. Brilliant. Captain Kitten is here, top of the evening. Hope you're well, buddy. Good to see you. Where's this now? Where are we flighting from later? Jez, I'm not sure. Everywhere, a bit of everywhere. There's no real group flight tonight though, Napo. But we'll see how we get on, right? We'll see how we get on. Right, news. Holy tabs on a screen. Yes, friends. A massive shout out to Vasco over at MSFSaddons.com, to Callum and all the team at FS Elite, for they give us fantastic news, and usually the lads at Threshold as well. We shall start off at the very beginning. The A12 Archangel, the predecessor to the SR-71, has launched for Microsoft Flight Sim 2024. It's quite an interesting week for enthusiasts of Kelly Johnson's work at Lockheed's Skunk Works division. Two aircraft born from the same highly classified Cold War program are arriving in Microsoft Flight Sim 2024 within a very short time frame, each representing a different chapter in the story of supersonic reconnaissance, right? The origins of both aircraft lie in Lockheed's Archangel program, initiated in the late 1950s after the CIA began searching for a successor to the Lockheed U-2. The requirement was clear but technically demanding: sustained supersonic flight, extreme operating altitudes, and survivability against increasingly capable air defense systems. The program produced the A12, a single-seat reconnaissance aircraft built specifically for covert CIA operations, and later evolved into the SR-71 Blackbird, adapted to meet the US Air Force requirements with a second crew position and expanded mission scope. Against this historical background, KwikFlight have released the A12 Archangel for Microsoft Flight Sim 2024, bringing the lesser-known predecessor of the SR-71 into the sim. The Archangel, it's available right now through IniBuilds. You can pick it up for £16.99, roughly $23 US, and KwikFlight positions the aircraft as a high-speed, high-altitude reconnaissance platform, with the developer stating that the simulation supports Mach 3 plus cruise performance and reflects the aircraft's distinctive delta wing and chine-based aerodynamics. Ooh. According to KwikFlight, the aircraft includes a fully modelled cockpit with period-accurate instrumentation, alongside a functional autopilot and flight director. Supported modes include pitch, Mach or speed hold, roll, heading, and automatic navigation. Navigation equipment consists of TACAN or VOR, reflecting the systems available during the A12's operational era. Engine simulation is centred on the A12's twin afterburning power plants, which the developer describes as turbo ram jets, with staged afterburner logic and also, that gadget ignition. It makes it go green. Ground operations are also part of the package, with animated external power units, twin engine start carts, and a walk-up crew ladder intended to reflect historical start procedures. A drag parachute system is also included for landing, operating as a single-use drogue with animated deployment. Right? Murphy's brain. Yeah, we'll go with Teb. Thanks, Mr. Dan. We'll go with Teb. Yes. It's easier to say Deb. KwikFlight also lists a range of environmental and visual effects tied to the high-speed flight. They include sonic booms, high-altitude vapor trails, fuel venting visuals, and dynamic lighting within the cockpit. The developer states that the cockpit interaction extends to elements such as adjustable mirrors, sun visors, and throttle dedents for afterburner engagement. A simulated reconnaissance suite is included, featuring top-down and rear-facing camera views. Air-to-air refueling is also supported through the integration with the Airshow Assistant, alongside an optional standalone refueling setup. Triethyl benzene. Let's go with that one. Brilliant. While the A12 and SR-71 share a common lineage, they do remain distinct aircraft in both real-world history and intended simulation scope. The A12 developed as a single-seat, single-role platform for covert reconnaissance, whereas the SR-71 introduced structural, systems, and crew changes to support broader operational requirements. So, very similar aircraft, but slightly different. And we do have a little video here we'll show you from IniBuilds, because they're brilliant. And we'll play this just to give you an idea of it. I'll have to play my own music because that's just how the world works at the moment. They're all given out to me. But we'll try this one and see what happens. So as we can see, it does look very, very impressive. We're going to be checking this aircraft out live on the stream tonight. So we'll get into this now in a moment. Callum, you're very welcome aboard. Follower from the Red Bull races last night. Hello, Callum. You're very welcome in and thank you for joining us. Wade Frick is here. Welcome aboard. Hope you're well, buddy. Yeah, so this bit of machinery, we're going to be checking this one out in a little while tonight. We have both the A12 and, of course, the SR-71. So moving over, Blackbird have announced the SR-71 is due to release this week, and I've been lucky enough to grab a beta of the aircraft. Blackbird Simulations, they've published a new State of the Sim development update covering several ongoing projects, the biggest one, of course, being the highly anticipated Lockheed SR-71 Blackbird. During the live stream, the team said it plans to release the SR-71 to customers tomorrow in an early access style state, with post-launch development continuing toward a higher final price. Alongside the Blackbird, the developer also discussed its Boeing 737-2, the de Havilland Canada Otter, and an in-development F-16. Work is planned for existing products such as a Cessna 310 and its C-130. So the SR-71 says it's intended to release on Thursday, planned launch time of around 9 p.m. Eastern. The aircraft will be released, as the developer openly describes, as not fully yet complete, with further work expected to continue after the launch. The studio frames this as an early access style release, allowing simmers to fly the aircraft while additional systems and refinements and content are added over time. At launch, the SR-71 will be priced at $34.99 US. Blackbird states the final price will increase up to $59.99 once development reaches its planned scope. The developer also says it aims to bring the aircraft to the Microsoft Flightsim marketplace shortly after Christmas, depending on how submission process goes. Xbox compatibility is a goal, with Blackbird indicating the current performance results are encouraging, though not yet guaranteed. So, well, we're going to see this aircraft tonight as well. They are both two very different products, very different pricing as well. This is not the first time Blackbird have pushed out an aircraft in early access. The C-130 is very much there as well, but they are continuing to work on that. So your thoughts on that one, do let me know. Some of the other updates relate to their upcoming US Air Force bundle when it comes to the Beale Air Force Base. Real-world crew and audio and guided checklist flow are also going to be included, because they have recorded material with Colonel Walter Watson and Major Brian Shull, both of whom had extensive experience flying the SR-71. You can actually hear them during starter procedures. We'll have a listen to that in a moment. Also, it has in-flight refueling, which is pretty good. It's nuts. And reconnaissance systems, mission context, and also rear cockpit limitations. It's all going to be added. The documentation of this is actually quite good as well. We'll have a look at that here in a moment. Liveries, variants, and configurations. According to Blackbird, the SR-71 includes 33 liveries and features 2 nose configurations. The developer also mentions the inclusion of an A12 variant, acknowledging that it is not an SR-71, but a very close historical counterpart. A drag chute is also included as part of the aircraft's landing configuration. Other news moves on to the 732 nearing the painting stage and Microsoft Flightsim 2020 exception. Blackbird also detailed a shift in platform strategy. The 732 is intended to release on both 2020 and 2024 and will be the only future product that will support Flightsim 2020. All other upcoming projects are framed as Microsoft Flightsim 2024 focused. The Otter and Turbo Otter development also progressing. They've announced a turbine variant. Planned configuration includes skis, amphibious floats, and tundra tires. Inside, the aircraft will offer passenger and cargo configurations with no extensive cabin variation beyond these options. Blackbird estimates the project to be about 60 to 70% complete and expects a release in Q1 or Q2 of next year. A final decision on whether the piston and turbine versions will be sold together or separately hasn't been made just yet. The Cessna 310, this was one of those moments in flight sim, especially for general aviation. It was one of those ground-defying moments because they built a lot of cool stuff into that 310. First time we were able to apply dirt and grime and all this stuff. Anyway, Blackbird are saying their plans are to redo the Cessna 310, bringing it up to date with the newer features. The AT6 was mentioned as a possible future project. though the developer stressed that no firm commitment has been made. The C-130 has also moved beyond early access, with most intended base features now in place, and Blackbird say its marketplace release is planned for early next year. Also, their F-16 development remains active, stating that the coding is about 90 to 95% complete, and work is ongoing in areas such as air-to-ground functionality. The aircraft is identified as featuring Block 50 and Block 52 variants, with a loadout-based weapon system rather than individual weapon selection. Xbox compatibility remains uncertain, with Blackbird describing it as something it will attempt but cannot yet confirm. So, in other news, their whole wrap-up for the year, upcoming projects, they're working on their PC6, the Shrike P830 Twinkie, and the 530E, along with the 310 and the FG1D Corsair. They are working on the other projects. So, interesting stuff. They're flat out busy. Plus, we know these guys are behind that T-38 Talon that's available now for, or it will be available for the PlayStation. So they're very, very busy, which is good to see. And they have a lot of projects rolled out in front of them. So yeah, we're going to be checking out their SR-71 this evening to give you an idea of what it's all about. And with both, right, with the Archangel and with the SR-71, there are features on both aircraft that will make you go, wow. Right, both of them are actually fairly good, right? As in very good. A couple of other features you'll scratch your head and wonder what's going on, but the other, by and large, these are very good. Do you know? The Limbics, good morning to you. Hope you're well, buddy. Looking forward to that otter. Yeah, a single otter would be really nice, wouldn't it? Big Al says, I feel maybe the release of the Archangel forced them to do. Possibly, yeah, 100%. I love how the SR-71 had Halo before F1. Yeah, mad, isn't it? I like their menu for this. Would be awesome if we could have checklists like that in Flow Pro. Ooh, yes. As long as the early access updates aren't as coming soon as the initial build, I bet it'll be great to it'll be great, but to keep people waiting for so long has left a lot of people sour, says Stu Snape. Yeah, 100%, 100%. Callan says, to be honest, I've never been into Flight Sim until I found you last night and been watching your videos. Well, thank you very much. You're most welcome. Prop Wash loves the 310R. Yeah, it's really good, man. Waffle Turtle said, had a power surge last night, fried me PC. I won't be flying for a while. Oh, dude. Usually, fingers crossed, it's just the PSU. Just the power supply, and they can either replace the components or just replace the power supply unit. Waffle. So fingers crossed, man. The C-130 behaving much better. Haven't flown it in ages, Limbic, so I need to give it a blast. Did you install the Retro Beal? I did not, Al. Not yet. Not yet. But we'll have a look, though, at some stage. Now, moving on. IndiaFoxtEcho. They've brought the Eurofighter EF2000 Typhoon to the world of Microsoft Flight Simulator, and it's already launched, available for both 2020 and 2024, marking another major addition to a catalogue that has steadily focused on modern military aircraft for the platform. Of course, IndiaFoxtEcho with their F-14 in collaboration with Heatblur, the Tornado, the Tonka, and of course now we have this. IndiaFoxtEcho were the first to bring out any sort of jet into the modern simulator of Microsoft Flight Sim with their MB339. So they've plenty of experience here. So what does the Typhoon do exactly? Well, over the past few years, IndiaFoxtEcho have become familiar in Microsoft Flight Sim with jets. The developer delivered a very interesting mix of the F-35, the F-14, MB339, and so on. Well, the Typhoon continues that trajectory. The Typhoon is a European multinational twin-engine supersonic multi-role fighter known for its agility and Delta Canard layout. IndiaFoxtEcho states that the aircraft's relaxed stability and digital fly-by-wire control system have been key reference points when translating the Typhoon into the simulator. Aerodynamically, the Typhoon relies on coordinated use of canards and flaperons for your pitch control, with roll achieved mainly through differential flaperon input. Automatically controlled leading edge slats are present, while yaw is handled by a single large rudder. A hydraulically operated air brake sits behind the cockpit and deploys vertically to increase drag when required. The real aircraft makes extensive use of composite materials, combined with aluminium, lithium and titanium, and has estimated service life of some 6,000 hours. Probably this a reason why the Eurofighter is very much a frontline defence aircraft in some of the major military powers throughout Europe. And it's a beautiful aircraft. It really, really is. For Microsoft Flight Simulator, IndiaFoxtEcho highlights high-detailed external and cockpit models, a full set of liveries covering every squadron that operates it, detailed avionics and system simulation, a carefully tuned flight model, and a custom sound package. The aircraft available now via SimMarket or Orbx, pricing in and around $35. I think it's over on Just Flight now as well. IndiaFox have also confirmed that the Eurofighter Typhoon has been cleared for release for the marketplace for both PC, for the PC on both 2020 and 2024, and Xbox testing currently underway, and they're expecting to have that concluded shortly. IndiaFoxtEcho also identified some early issues and the team are working on a 1.0.1 update planned within the next couple of weeks. 2 known issues have been highlighted. Some may notice flickering on the command. Anyway, it's the display using map mode, right? It's command modular, or anyway, I have to remember all the letters. This thing is letters mad, lads. But anyway, just flickers there. It links to TAA, recommends switching it to a different anti-aliasing setting. And in 2020, some systems may experience stutters with the radar. They're just saying turn off the radar for the moment. Anyway, that's another aircraft we're going to check out live tonight. Jimbo, welcome in. Zith is here, welcome aboard. I wonder if it's the Heapler model they're using. They are in collaboration with Heapler on another project. I want to say the F-16, I think. But I think this is all their own. Viper Strike, yes. A sleigh, a jet-powered sleigh powered by Guinness. I would vote for that. So moving on, PMDG follows the 737 release date with a detailed systems breakdown. This aircraft is due to release tomorrow. And they have confirmed it's due to come out tomorrow on the 18th of December. Much of the content describes behaviour that long-time PMDG users will recognise, areas such as the avionics logic, IRS behaviour, auto-flight dependencies, braking performance, and the auto-brake deceleration rates, reflecting systems depth that has been characterised of the PMDG 737 line for many years. In that sense, the list functions partly of confirmation that established simulation standards have carried over to the 2024 version. At the same time, some items point to refinements that appear more closely tied to the newer simulator platform, although it would be very helpful if PMDG could clearly define what's new in the new version. PMDG have also highlighted extensive timing logic across multiple systems, electrical power dependencies affecting auto-flight behaviour, and detailed cabin lighting control through the Boeing Sky interior system. Corn Wolf, good to see you, bud. This gradual rollout of the feature list comes while the pricing and upgrade details remain undisclosed, a topic that continues to dominate community discussion. We'll find out tomorrow. See the below part 1 of the feature list for the 2024 version of the 737-8, the NG. Air conditioning system fully up, anti-ice. Like, this is an aircraft that certainly from what I've seen from other content creators flying it, I was watching Ozfly fly it earlier on. It definitely looks well refined. It's everything you would expect the 7.3 to be, only better. That's my, and I haven't flown it, right? I've been waiting to get this, but that's my initial, they've made it better. Hands down, they've made it better, right? So until obviously tomorrow now for our final judgment on the aircraft, but I am looking forward to it. There are a lot of features in here. Again, not entirely sure, are these brand new or they're just refined, right? It'll be interesting to find out what happens. But the 737 from PMDG, the Dash 8 NG, will be available tomorrow, November 18th. E-Tep is here. Good evening to you. He goes, if you're doing a flight later, have a go at Charlie Yankee Yankee Charlie. The flights are being diverted. Currently 0 visibility. Ouch. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Yes, that could be fun. I'd say temper your expectations for this, says Zith. Yeah. Let's see what happens. Will you be doing a fly-off between the PMDG and the iFly? To an extent, I mean, so the iFly is the max, so there are differences between both airframes, avionics, of course. The NG and the Max, their similarities, they're both Boeing 737s, right? But it's going to be hard to compare to it. Like, you would be closer doing a comparison, we say, between, you know, the iFly and the Asobo max, if that makes sense. But you could argue, look, it's a Boeing 737. I don't care if it's a Max or an NG, right? But yeah, I'll definitely be having a look at each and both to have a look. FoxFly, welcome aboard, man. Happy Wednesday. Have they said anything on pricing? Not yet, Dave. No. They were saying it's in line with their other releases. If that's the case, expect somewhere between $50 and $70. And the upgrade, they referenced, a number of cups of coffee. That to me sounds like somewhere in the region of $15 to $30. Something like that, right? And that's only me guessing. I don't know. Genuinely, I don't know. We will find out tomorrow, though. Either way, love, hate, or not care, it's still going to be a good day for flight simulation because you're getting updated PMDG aircraft taking advantage of the new Flightsim 2024 engine. And if all goes well, as we've seen it with their 777 fleet, hopefully they get it on to the DC-6 because I really like the DC-6. Do you know? Colin Matter, good to see you. PMDG, very good performance, hands down. Yeah, they're like, I mean, they're developing aircraft so long, they know, that's a real dumbass statement. They know how to make an add-on, but they do, right? They focus on optimization a lot, which is important because they know a lot of their user base. They're probably on, and like all of us, right? I mean, we're all on so many different configurations of hardware. You want your product to work as good as possible, you know? Is the 7.3 going to be used for training? I would assume so, yes, or certainly parts of it, Cornwolf, yes. Cy Murray, good to see you. I got mine off the marketplace, so when is it getting released on the marketplace? No information there yet, but it will be. They will eventually push to the marketplace. Your guess is as good as anyone's, though, Cy. But anyway, good news from PMDG. Let's see what happens tomorrow, lads, when they release the aircraft. We'll kind of have to wait till then. Moving on, Contrail's Falcon, the 50, it's entered the most advanced stage of development. Contrail have posted a new update regarding their development of their Dassault Falcon 50 for Microsoft Flight Sim, which reveals a transition into a more advanced testing phase and confirming that the previously mentioned 2025 release target will not be met. The project has now moved into what Contrail describes as a more demanding stage of development, and the FA50 currently being flown through all the phases of flight, with testing supported by real-world pilots, mechanics, and a beta group. Rather than focusing on isolated scenarios, the aircraft is being used extensively across different regions, weather conditions, and operational contexts. The goal, according to the developer, is to identify behaviours that only appear after prolonged use. They also seem to be focusing on the refinement rather than feature expansion. Contrail says most systems are already implemented, with work now centred on the edge cases and system interaction, and one area receiving sustained attention is the autopilot, which is being tuned to maintain stable and predictable behaviour across all modes. Visually, the project is approaching a settled state. Exterior and cockpit modelling are described as largely complete, which aligns with the imagery released so far. Sound work, however, remains ongoing. Contrail note that the sound set still requires additional tuning to better reflect different operating conditions, suggesting this is one of the remaining larger technical tasks. Beyond the aircraft itself, Contrail also addressed an often overlooked part of the first releases. Documentations and tutorials are still in development. The team has made it clear they are considered a core part of the product. As this is Contrail's first aircraft, onboarding is being treated as something that should stand on its own rather than an afterthought. So, a 2025 release, which was planned, won't happen now. They said it never was a commitment. They were hoping for it, but hitting the window would require compromises they are not prepared to make. Which, I gotta say, that is the right thing to do. To have pressure on developers to get their add-on out there, if it's not going to be feature-rich, especially if it's your first barbecue, right? If it's your first rodeo of your own aircraft, you got to be very cautious. No one wants to release an aircraft that falls below par. You want to make sure it hits all expectations. So they're doing the right thing. Delay it. Look at Bluebird, sure. The FA50, one of your favorite business jets. Hope they get the sounds right, 100%. Why aren't you involved in that, Tyler? One Foxy Bingo Gav, good to see you. I saw PMDG in another stream today. Reckons a few weeks after post-release updates and then hand over to Microsoft Flight Sim to the marketplace. Aha. Marketplace could be next year, possibly. Cracker, you're very welcome aboard. Cold Nebo, devs to be given 2 raw steaks per day and kept chained until delivery. Didn't our government just get a newer model of this delivered? I don't know if they got this delivered yet, but yes, there is a Dassault bought or leased as a new government jet, along with the new Garda Air Support unit, the Twin Otters, and new helos on the way for the Air Corps next year. So it's been a spend for the Air Corps over the last kind of 12 months, So we need an FA-50 biz jet with the FA-50 fighter jet formation. Yes, Vex, that would work. Now, Just Flight, they dropped this trailer this evening, and gorgeous. Their work progresses on their upcoming Fokker F70 F100. Since the last update, work has been carried out on the AVCAS and FMS with improvements and partial reworks made to reflect the tightly integrated nature of the modern airliners. Just Flight notes that even the smallest coding changes to systems such as the LNAV or VNAV often require extensive testing due to their close interaction with the flight model. EFIS displays other core systems, particularly on the ones such as the F70 and the F100. High altitude performance has been adjusted to better match real-world behaviour of the Rolls-Royce TAE 621.5 engines, where climb performance, especially on the heavier F100, deteriorates significantly at higher altitudes. Some of the shots that we see here, the aircraft looks absolutely stunning. This is your classic regional jet. We saw this on the ground sitting over in over in Lelystad or Lelystad, and it looks very, very nice indeed. I said they were good on sounds. Yeah, it's funny when they say that. No, we're okay, thanks, and then you hear them, you're like, oh, what have they done? Yeah, we need to make it, Tyler. I'm gonna get you like a sign made up, just a picture of you smiling, but the sign says, told you so. Right? Brilliant. Anyway, Magnum is here. Good to see you, buddy. Happy Christmas to you too. Thank you very, very much indeed. Good to see you. First level DSIM I ever flew was a Falcon 50. No way, Scott. Wow, man. Let's have a look at this video from Just Flight. And because I'm so excited for this aircraft. Let's have a look. Did I press play? I did. Man, it looks very nice, doesn't it? Looks very nice. Excellent trailer from Just Flight here as well. Yeah, I'm really excited about this. Some of the still images as well. What I'm excited for, it's because it is such a different jet. Just Flight have already accomplished this with their BAE and the Avro RJ, and of course, with the the F27, I want to say. But it looks absolutely gorgeous, this one. Absolutely gorgeous. So yeah, very excited to see when this does release. They're saying it's going to be a 2026 release for sure. Both textures on the inside and outside definitely appear to be a massive step up from what Just Flight are doing. And we've seen that now transfer into their upgraded products. By the way, it has to be said, Just Flight have honoured all their original purchases. They've given free updates to their fleet from 2020 to 2024. They're one of a very short amount of developers who have actually decided to do that. And I think that needs to be kind of shouted at the top of a mountain, because here you have an aircraft developer in multiple platforms, right? I mean, they've developed for FSX, X-Plane, P3D, Microsoft Flight Sim, and they have not charged people to upgrade between Flightsim 2020 and 2024, considering the amount of work clearly gone into, like, what did we have for the BAE? The 146 was not like 9 pages of change logs. Incredible stuff. The Arrow fleet was updated. It's quite remarkable to see this. So great stuff there from Just Flight. Great stuff. That really does need to be applauded. And it's fantastic to see that they're in a position to do that. Not all devs are in a position to do that. I mean, you know, you understand that some devs have to charge, but then you have other devs who just charge for the crack. Do you know what I mean? G Slayer, good to see you, man. Hope you're well. Now, moving on. Fly the Mad Dog. Sales have been suspended. The reason being, a new product release date has been revealed. It is the end of an era. As of the 16th of December, Leonardo's Fly the Mad Dog is no longer available for sale. Well, this was, and probably still is, the most expensive aircraft add-on for Microsoft Flight Simulator. The developer plans to replace its long-running simulation of the MD-80 series with a brand new product referred to as Fly the Mad Dog 20th Anniversary Edition, which will be available to purchase on the 20th of December, which is Saturday. Is it? That's Saturday. That's Saturday. At around 12 o'clock Central European Time. The edition will feature a brand new 3D model for both the interior and the exterior, and it represents a significant visual upgrade while preserving the system's depth and accuracy that the Mad Dog series is known for. This follows the developer's announcement to suspend updates and support for P3D at the end of November. No further information in relation to pricing has been made available yet, but we have to keep an eye to see what happens. Now, one thing I will say about this, right, when it comes to the Mad Dog, what Leonardo have done here, they have made an exceptionally good aircraft. And when they released it in Flightsim 2020, yes, there were a couple of groaning and moaning when it came to the textures. I mean, a lot of textures were ported over, but the depth of systems worked. It was very, very good. And this aircraft is a fantastic simulation of the McDonnell Douglas MD-80. It just is. It is phenomenal. However, I will be very interested to see what the charging mechanism is going to be for existing users of the Mad Dog. This is going to be interesting. Bear in mind, this is an expensive add-on, or was when it was for sale, as a stud, right? So we'll have to wait and see. Vacuum, very good evening. We started a little bit earlier. Light Bison, good evening. And yeah, our intro's 1 minute and 20 seconds. This thing originally was just shy of €100, if I can remember correctly. It was an ouch moment when I bought it. But yeah. Shuffle Shoes, AJH, buddy, welcome in. I think they said 20% off. We'll have to wait and see. I'm excited to see what they can do with the MD, especially with new textures, because that was the only thing was really missing. So we'll have to wait and see. But if they're just talking about, you know, it'll feature brand new 3D models and a significant visual upgrade while preserving the systems, effectively what we're getting here is a updated texture pack. Let us not say any more, because they're telling us it represents a visual or a significant visual upgrade while preserving the system's depth. So, you know, okay, so we're going to get the enhanced looking model. They're going to charge full whack for that again? Who knows? Let's just see. Spent all that money and then the first thing you did was crash it. Yeah, I crashed it on takeoff. That's how you know you have a good aircraft. If you crash that thing on takeoff, you know it's good, you know? But anyway, Nutty Slack, good evening. Tarnish, good evening. Yeah, did you not get the memo on Discord, lads? We had to start an hour early because it's very busy. But welcome in. You haven't missed much. I told a story about the spider that tried to kill us. Go back and you can watch that later. Do you know? But you're welcome in. Now, moving on, A2A Simulations, the AccuSim Aerostar has been updated once again, bringing it up to 1.0.4. And the update features new sounds, visuals, physics, and avionics, along with a number of fixes and quality of life improvements. And some of the highlights include new visible passengers in all the cabin seats, improved avionic behavior, refined lighting and panel color tuning, enhanced ground shock absorption, multiple system improvements, fixes for the internal and external sounds, and more. This has been a massive update. Our A2A are busy. They have two outstanding products in Microsoft Flight Sim right now. One, of course, the Comanche 250, and the other being the Aerostar 600. Now, the Comanche 250, albeit compatible in 2024, well, they're working on, as we learned last week, on a native 2024 Comanche. In the meantime, the Aerostar definitely shows you what a native 2024 aircraft with AccuSim looks like. And I got to say, I love flying the Aerostar. It may not be everyone's cup of tea. It looks a little bit mad. You either love the design or you're like, I love the design. I think it's a fascinating aircraft. If you ever watched the movie American Made, that's the gadget right there, right? It's an incredible simulation of this airplane. Plus, A2A, Scott Gentile, he owns this. He owns it still. The wing's taken off, but he brought it out for a flight. He's a lot of videos on YouTube, on his own channel, on the A2A channel. Go check it out. Have a look at it. Because you get to learn about the aircraft and them flying it, which is pretty cool. So the AccuSim Aerostar, it is one of my favorite general aviation aircraft. It's fast, it's sleek, and it's different. Do you know what I mean? It turns heads in a good way. Martel, good evening. Goblin Zeus, good evening. Jordan is here. Mad Dog is already inactive to purchase. Yeah. So they've taken it down while they bring out the new one. You know, how do I get the new A2A update? Says Tarnish. How do I get the A2A update? Usually, Tarnish, it would be you would go to the A2A forums, right? You go to the A2A store and you'll have your download section in there. That's where you grab them. They usually send an email, you know. Crash and takeoff, you know it's good. Right? Aerostar came into Albuquerque the other day. Oh, nice. Yeah, they're gorgeous, man. They're just a beautiful aircraft. So great news to see A2A updating it. You can see the changelog, and they've also updated the 2020 version, specifically for the KLN 90. They fixed the GTN 650 buttons, added the aircraft description, fixed the light bleed coming from the beacon, and so on. With tax, it was nearly 120 for me. Energizer, you're correct. It was about €120. Yeah. Nuts. Anyway, moving on. Flightsimware have shared the Learjet 35A. We know this airplane. It's a native one on the way for Flightsim 2024. The 2024 version of Flightsimware's Learjet brings expanded and revitalized systems, a new failure model, and it takes full advantage of the new computational flight dynamics model made available with Microsoft Flight Sim. The video, we'll have a look now. They've previewed a new exterior walk-around function while highlighting a configurable checklist that allows pilots to select from 3 different modes: standard, advanced, and expert. Ooh. The EFB was showcased and integrated into the default Microsoft Flight Sim EFB, allowing it to tie into the weight and balance and career mode. Performance calculators, save state options, and live feedback for pneumatic and fuel valve status will also be included. And a new electrical system was shown with 179 individual working circuit breakers have been placed and integrated into the career mode and their own failure models, which is pretty cool. Hey, Crotty, good to see you. Welcome in. Cockpit configurability was preserved in the new version of the Learjet. The airplane supports the PMS-50 GTNs along with the TDS GTNs and, of course, the working title GNS. New ground service functionality brings realistic fueling operations that can take up to 25 minutes. Right? The failure preview, there's a ton of stuff gone in there. 179 circuit breakers with 176 of them which can fail. So Flight Simulator definitely working on additional features with their aircraft, and this for
Welcome
the
to this quick preview of what's coming in our newest generation of the Lear 35 for MSFS 2024. If you remember our past version from FSX P3D and MSFS 2020, this is the next big leap forward. In this new generation, for a new era, we've added a ton of modern systems, including a new advanced failure system. And we'll be doing a dedicated video just for failures to really dive into it. We're also planning a separate video for the modern fuel, modern pneumatic, modern electric, and modern hydraulic systems, sometime in the near future. We've also taken full advantage of the MSFS 2024's Computational Fluid Dynamics, or CFD. The big difference this time is we can now define airflow surface across the entire aircraft, not just the main wing and tail, but also things like the tip tanks, nacelles, and other shapes that used to be invisible to the flight model. On top of that, all moving control surfaces, ailerons, elevator, rudder, and flaps are modeled in a way that CFD can react to much more directly. The result is flight behavior that feels more realistic, more consistent across the entire envelope. One of the big quality of life upgrades is the new interactive checklist system. It can move the camera right to the location for each checklist item, and you can choose between 3 modes: standard, advanced, and expert. If you want the minimal flow, use standard. If you want the full do it like a pro experience, expert gives you a much more detailed list. We've also integrated our tablet, or EFB, right into the modern MSFS 2024 system, which ties in much better with things like career features, weight, and balance. You still get a beautiful default tools like the flight planner with real-world approach charts, and on top of that, we can add our own custom apps. This means things like performance calculators, save state options, and live feedback like pneumatic and fuel valve status right on the tablet. And with the new modern pressurization system, you'll have temperature controls and can monitor cabin temperature right on the new temperature gauge on the center pedestal.
Pretty cool stuff here. So yeah, we'll have to wait and see when they start pushing out this update, but very exciting to see what they're working on. So the Learjet 35, if you haven't flown it already, it's an excellent simulation of the aircraft, and it's one of, I like to call it one of these bridging aircraft between your general aviation and your airliners, flying these business jets or the corporate jets, and this one has a lot of functionality as well. It does have payware add-ons such as the cargo variant, the medical transport variant, but it's still a very complete aircraft. So good news there. Tyler says, another news, I took my first flight with SayIntentions today, just with VFR, and I gotta say, I am impressed. I just wish it didn't have to, or you didn't have to pay for another subscription. If you were to talk to SayIntentions, they would agree. The problem is it's their overheads, it's the pricing, it's the cost of this AI system, of these servers and voices and the tech. It hasn't come down. If anything, it went up. And bit of history with SayIntentions. They gave a fairly substantial reduction last January. Then they announced back in November, listen, we're going to have to up the prices here, lads. And even though those newly updated prices were still actually below January when they brought them back down again, they were lastminute.com, they were able to fix some sort of a deal, and they managed to actually lower the prices even before what they had in January. So they've managed to bring the prices down quite a bit, which is great news for us. It'd be different if they were just like changing prices and not adding features, but the feature list with SayIntentions, and I have a lot to cover with them tonight, the feature list grows and grows, and thankfully there's now a lot of focus on the bugs and issues. Because our worry has always been, whoa, there's loads of features coming in, but the guy vectored me to go left and I should have went right. There's a heavy focus now from the team, and they're being way more upfront about it. Say, listen, something like 80 to 85% of all of their time is actually working on the core product. Everything else that we see from SayIntentions, all the other features, your Pocket Sky, the SkyOps, that's from a very small part of the team. which is kind of staggering when you think about it. But we'll talk more about that now in a moment, because they do have some pretty cool stuff on the way. The RW profiles updated Newcastle Airport. Newcastle has been updated for Flight Sim 2024, and they released the update via the IniBuilds store. If you've purchased the 2020 version before December 15th, you can upgrade for free. If you purchased after December 15th, there's a £2 excluding VAT upgrade. For those who don't already own it, you can buy it outright for $14.99. It is a substantial update. Performance improvements also central part of the update with the new SDK. But the update version introduces new native high-resolution ground textures along with fully native night lighting and a completely resurfaced runway. So I don't really get that. If you purchase the version before December 15th, it's a free upgrade. If you purchased after December 15th, wait, what? Weird. There's a £2 upgrade fee. Is anyone else scratching their head with that? But anyway, the RW Newcastle, I have this. I think it's an excellent, excellent scenery. They've done incredible work here. This is probably their best scenery to date. And that says something, because they've really nice sceneries. Newcastle is a magnificent airport to fly in and out of, thanks to RW, and it's great to see it getting more love and attention now with brand new textures, which is good to see. Do you know, Aviation Gaming, good to see you, buddy. Thank you very much indeed. Newcastle. Now, Bravo Aerospace real airport equipment has been released. Focusing mainly for console players, the new package gives 2024 default airport equipment a facelift and branding with two of the most popular support providers, Swissport and LSG Skychefs. Primarily covering the most active vehicles, mainly the ones that you would see servicing your aircraft, you'll also see branded and retextured buses, vans and trucks roaming the airport. An upcoming update will include branded background aircraft or airport equipment and cargo containers. You can purchase this over on the marketplace for around $6.99. We're starting to see quite a bit of this. Pyrig with the new European vehicles pack, and now we have stuff coming here from Bravo Aerospace. You can kind of see where the default stuff was a little bit lacking, and it's good to see that there's new vehicles and liveries and stuff just to kind of bridge the little gaps of immersion. Moving on, Parallel 42 updated flow to improve input mapping. Relatively small bit of news, but it has a lot of impact on folks. The reason being is Parallel 42 with flow, they were trying to keep the thing locked in as close as they could because, well, they were focusing on console. One of the problems that meant, you couldn't really bind hotkeys or whatnot into flow itself. Well, they've now changed that. They're now allowing you in the software to be able to bind control mapping and whatnot, input mapping, directly into the flow wheel, which is handy because let's say, for example, you have, it's on your Stream Deck or it's on your keyboard or you have a custom command for a mouse, you can actually pop it straight into flow itself. So the decision was, look, we'll keep everything tight because we want the console release. And then they were like, well, look, a lot of people are asking us, let's just rewire this so they can do it. So there is an update there. Be aware, it might wipe your original keybind to call up the wheel, right? They said that could happen, but yeah, it's a step in the right direction. There's a lot more that Asobo need to open up to Parallel 42, I think, especially when it comes to some of the in-game options. Multiplayer, some of it is there, some of it isn't. So I'm hoping Sim Update 5 is going to focus on some of these. You can be sure Parallel 42 are screaming, hey, we need this. But Flow has got an update, and if you're wondering what it does, effectively, a large portion of user questions related to key and button bindings highlighted limitations with the original approach of handling input listening entirely within the sim. While the method aligned closely with platform constraints, it proved restrictive. The idea was to try and keep the door open for the console version. As of the latest update, Flow now handles input mapping externally. This change allows support for a wider range of inputs that are not easily accessible through the simulator itself, including custom mouse buttons and non-standard controllers. Parallel 42 say the move simplifies setup, improves reliability, and reduces the need for workarounds such as external macros. So let's see what happens there. Pyrig, this is the one. They've launched an unexpected project. This is their European Motorworks, Traffic and Transport. It's a new regional vehicle library that replaces the default Microsoft Flightsim cars and traffic in Europe. According to the developer, the library swaps generic simulator vehicles with more than 40 custom European models. The replacements apply globally for parked cars within the simulator's European living regions. Also uses 4K textures by default with optional 2K to lower your VRAM. Pyreek say the models are built to accurate scale and geometry and they follow the correct LOD behavior. Now, my understanding, this only replaces vehicles at airports. It doesn't replace the live vehicles driving on the roads. I could be wrong. The package includes LOD for traffic modes and 6 higher vehicles. That's grand. Motorworks also replace auto-generated parking lot vehicles. Some decorative cargo items are included. So that's my understanding. This doesn't replace road traffic. It just replaces the vehicles parked at airports and whatnot. Yes, they do exchange the vehicles on the roads. Okay, so cars driving are using these as well? Okay. Well, that's great because the cars that drive are crap looking. They're not great looking at all. So if that does, I need to grab this. This add-on is available right now. You can pick it up over on Contrail, €11.05 to replace the vehicles for the European group. No doubt he'll do a US one. So thanks for that, Roy. So it does replace driving traffic as well. Living 4K textures, models, correct LOD switching, European license plates, LODs, right? The library comparisons. Yeah, I mean, look, that's the default. That's what they get. Like, it's night and day, lads, isn't it? No, Murph, they're all cars. We don't look at them when we're flying tanks. But you know what I mean? I think it looks way better. Way better. I wasn't aware that... Oh, there are Skodas. I wasn't aware it did it on the road. Why are the static? Does it replace every static? Does it affect animated road traffic? Yes. Mass instance traffic, animated road traffic in the European region is replaced with the new models. Excellent stuff. Only Murph looks at the car park. It's where he parks. Wait, what? There's no Skodas. Definitely buying it. There are Wait, isn't there? Roy, is there Skodas? That's a very important question. Are there Skodas in this? Anyway, moving on, friends. Moving on. Again with Parallel 42, we're checking out 2 of their add-ons tonight. Typical Weather. And this was a head-scratching moment that, you know, a goat looking at thunder could only replicate. Typical Weather rethinks weather. Typical Weather rethinks how weather is selected in Microsoft Flight Sim. I was like, huh? So they've released this new add-on, available for the PC, soon coming to the in-sim marketplace. And at first glance, it looks like another weather add-on, but the underlying idea places it slightly outside the usual categories. So, Typical Weather is built around a simple question. What does the weather usually look like here at this time of the year? Rather than reflecting current real-world conditions or offering a long list of selectable scenarios, i.e. profiles, right, weather presets, the add-on generates weather automatically based on historical patterns tied to the location and the season. And they've used a lot of information and a lot of data on this. The weather in the sim has long been a choice between live accuracy and manual control. Live weather aims for fidelity to the moment, while the presets trade realism for convenience or dramatic visuals. Parallel 42 positions Typical Weather between both options. According to the developer, the add-on removes the need to configure the weather at all. Once enabled, it works quietly in the background, selecting conditions that make sense for where and when the flight takes place. Typical Weather relies on historical datasets rather than live feeds. Parallel 42 stating that the system draws from more than 9,000 weather stations worldwide and close to 20 million data points. That information is used to interpolate the conditions that reflect regional norms for a given season. Now, it has to be made clear you can still use live weather. Basically, what this add-on does, this will allow you to select typical weather based on historical accuracy, your location, time of year, all the stuff. And it's not just one locked preset. As you fly or you move to different regions, well, that weather can actually transform and change depending on where it is you're going. Then you can go with the atypical ones. These are like presets, but the presets can change from being, well, it was cloudy here, but it's sunny over there. I'm going to show you a demonstration of the gadget, but it's interesting. I wasn't sure about this, and then I've tried it. I was like, you know, they've actually made sense here. For instance, there's only so many weather. And Meteo Blue do this, so like don't think, you know, it's a fad. Meteo Blue do this, you know, giving the information to the simulator. Do you remember the old stuff they were showing the globe, did a whole load of post-its? But wherever the weather is doing here, the weather engine will suggest that's what it's doing over here because we don't have, you know, there's no weather sensors out there, so we're guesswork. And that's how they do it. And that's with live weather, right? But also, we can have issues when it comes to... you know, we could have issues when it comes to the accuracy of live weather, but also synchronizing weather. So there's a lot of options here. We're going to have a look at it now in a moment. This is a paid add-on, and it's priced at $20 US. Now, the question is, do you need it? The project was developed in collaboration with Damien Clark of ActiveSky, a name well known for data-focused weather simulation. And Parallel 42 say that the partnership has helped shape the philosophy behind typical weather, particularly the emphasis on structure, familiarity, and visual consistency, rather than real-time replication. So they're not trying to replace live weather. Instead, it offers an alternative way to fly, especially for users who prefer seasonal logic, offline operators, or repeatable conditions without constantly going into profiles and tweaking things. Again, I'll show you a demonstration of it to get your idea from it. The other thing we're looking at tonight is Gone Fishing. That's also from Parallel 42. That's a good bit of crack. Anyway, SoFly, releasing now, I think, AeroTone. AeroTone. It's a new global audio enhancement for Microsoft Flight Sim. We're going to be previewing this also tonight. Basically what it does, it's an audio enhancement tool that will ship for both 2020 and 2024 for the PC, with console availability planned and the instant marketplace for Xbox and PS5 later on. Right? But effectively what AeroTone is, the final name for the project previously known as the Aircraft Sound Enhancer. SoFly have been working with none other than Echo 19, and they've made possible 120 official aircraft profiles, all different sounds. Anyone who has, what's it called, FS Realistic. Do you know the way FS Realistic will add different sounds to your aircraft? This is similar. It's similar, but it's a little bit different, right? You can create, share profiles, you know, save profiles, all that sort of stuff, and which is nice. The 80 sound effects that are included, they cover quite a bit, including regional ATC chatter on your radio, which is kind of cool. Circulation fans for your avionics, turbulence, someone flushing the jacks, newspapers. There's a lot of cool sounds in this. And again, I'm going to give you a full demonstration of what this is and how it will enhance your flight simming. So it is a product that is available right now. Their website is live. It's about 24 bucks over on the SoFly website. Is there a link to it here? No, there's not. But we'll be having a look at this here now in just a few moments. All right. Other news, the TDS GTNXI, the Pro, it now gets helicopter support for Microsoft Flight Sim. TDS GTNI, which of course uses the official Garmin trainers. This is the alternative to the PMS 50 GTN. It uses the official Garmin trainers. And by doing this now, with full GPS navigation, they've now managed to bring in the helicopter support. And what that is, feature set remained focused on fixed wing. What they've now expanded is rotorcraft support, describing this as a significant milestone that brings the unit functionality closer to what helicopter pilots use in the real world. The update introduces a specialized Navigraph dataset covering rotorcraft-specific infrastructure. And according to TDS, it covers more than 2,700 heliports, 1,300 procedures such as SIDS and STARS, and instrument approaches, with additional frequencies and navigation details not present with fixed wing data. For example, you can imagine helis, they would have different approaches, they have different routes, they have different procedures. flying to and from. So this has all now been included with the TDS design. QA Pilot did a full video on this explaining what it can and what it can't do, and some of the data that he managed to put in there. And a massive shout out, by the way, lads, if you don't follow Sam, QA Pilot,
% true to life logic.
amazing content creator.
This isn't just a skin. The unit is actually running the real world code. This means the terrain coloring, the warning logic, and the voice alerts are exactly what real helicopter pilots experience.
Which is phenomenal news for us in flight simming because, you know, how Epic Fool did World Flight in a chopper. Mind blown, right? Because he's using fixed wing charts. There's a whole load of different charts available for helis. So great to see this coming in. The other major addition, of course, pardon me, is the HTOS, which is part of Garmin's terrain and obstacle awareness system, right? So we know TOS, system test, okay. Terrain alert warning system. Well, this is helicopter terrain alert warning system. Color logic using green, orange, and red. Forward-looking terrain, so the flat TA, as they call it. As you're flying towards a region, you can identify quickly on your GPS or on your GTN what's ahead of you, and then a set of 10 altitude call outs replacing the 500 warning found in fixed TOS. 500. This is all very, very different. It really does increase your situational awareness, especially when it comes to helicopter flying, and additional obstacle coverage has also been included for some 30,000 obstacles coverage across North America. So if you have the TDS GTN 750 XI, go ahead and grab the update. If you don't, you can purchase the full package from TDS for $64.95. It's important to note the PMS 50 version or the TDS version. Just to make it clear, the PMS 50 has a lot of additional options. However, the TDS, they are sticking, you know, officially with the Garmin trainers. So some have pluses, some have minuses. They're both excellent products. The one thing I will say, if you are flying on multiple simulators, for example, if you're on X-Plane or Microsoft Flight Sim, the TDS stuff works on both platforms, but it requires a second license. Need to put pressure on them for that, you know? Buy one license, have one program for all your sims. But that's just an idea. But they do work very, very well. The major thing with the TDS software, when it comes to X-Plane, for example, it's the first time that you can use nav data from Navigraph to update your AirAct data on GTNs, which is nuts. Absolutely nuts, do you know? Sam announced in his latest stream that he's retiring next year. Wait, what? He announced to be a full-time streamer as of that date. Oh, thank goodness. Time meant he was retiring from streaming. So in his latest stream that he's retiring next year in June, July, and he's going to go full-time. That's awesome news. I need to reach out to him. I'll tell him, you know, don't do this or do that. QA Pilot, lads, phenomenal. And I've met the man in person. He's a lovely, lovely man. But yeah. Iowa Scotsman, good evening. Hope you're well. Edson is here. Good to see him. Edson, we're checking out a load of your stuff tonight. Hope you're well, dude. Let me see. Clemens, good to see you. So the A12 is a single seater. How can that be? Or how can it be that the KwikFlight has two seats? Yeah. We'll show you the crack here now. Didn't know I could go and buy Parallel 42 GoFish. No idea it was actually released outside of the Parallel 42 Club members. There you go. There you go. Let me see. Work Abelmead, welcome in. Retirement is highly recommended, 100%. All right, moving on. IniBuilds have launched a massive holiday sale, winter holiday sales. I want to check it out here, lads, because there's massive sales here from IniBuilds, their own products and also some partner ones as well. For example, Cape Town has been reduced down from $17.99 to $14.39. The Impulse 100 aircraft, which is like the biggest turboprop in a small airplane. This thing has like rocket propelled capabilities. It is called the Pocket Rocket, by the way. That's $11.51. That's a steal. Luxembourg from Italic is now down to £12. Doha, which is one of the gems in the jewel of what IniBuilds have released, is a magnificent scenery add-on. You can pick that up for less than $20 now. Leeds Bradford is in there. Larnaca is in there. An aircraft we just flew last Monday night, the F406 Caravan 2, £19.19. Incredible price for that aircraft. Turboprop, Pratt & Whitney PT6 engines, a full range of capability, multi-role, incredible incredible price. $20 for that plane is an incredible price. The Spartan 7W, this has received a lot of updates. Need to go flying with this very, very soon. That's down to £14.39. And there are pages upon pages upon pages of what IniBuilds are making available. IniBuilds Heathrow is there. Dubai, the A300-6, that's down from 53 to 43. Brisbane is in there. I mean, there's so many awesome add-ons in here. The IXEG 737 sound pack for over an X-plane, that's from Mango Studios. That has a reduction. The T-33, the jet trainer, we flew this a couple of weeks back on a Friday night stream. That's under £20. So, I mean, your shopping list for Christmas, just head on over to the IniBuilds sale. I'll link it here in the chat, lads, because you will find an awesome deal in here. Also, if you scroll down here on Twitch, you'll see the IniBuilds banner. Click on that, and you can pick them up from there as well. What else? Jeez, the amount of stuff to have. Nairobi is in there. Dubai is in there.
Oh, Jesus.
Honolulu is in there. Like, there's an absolute barrel load of stuff. Queenstown. Ooh, Kerry. Go on, Kerry. Still waiting.
Get a refund?
No, shag off. There's no refunds. Still waiting on the on an update for Kerry. That should be interesting next year. What else do we have? There's just tons. Look, the Messerschmitt 108 Typhoon, the P40. Like, there's an absolute. These are 2020 aircraft. There is a absolute barrel load of aircraft, and you'll see. Just be careful when you're buying stuff. See the way you have like the 2 dots. It'll tell you what they're compatible for. Yeah. So they're going to tell you, hey, this is, you know, it's 2020 only, or it's 2024, or it's X-plane, or it's whatever, right? You need to change the IniBuilds banner on your Twitch. It's white text on a light grey background. It took you ages to spot it. Oh, really? Newfoundland, good to see you, buddy. Hope you're well. So IniBuilds have a massive sale on at the moment, and just check it out, lads. You're going to see some awesome stuff there. Deadly. And it's all in time for Christmas as well. So, you know, buy that person the thing you love. Winter Wonderland up to 20% off. Savage, right? Savage. Also, brand new release. I thought I'd have the story on that. IniBuilds have collaborated, an official collaboration, the 100th anniversary with Lufthansa. And by doing so, they now have a ton of liveries that are available that you can grab for Microsoft Flight Simulator, celebrating that of 100 years of Lufthansa operations, or Lufthansa, that's what I call them. But yeah, the Lufty livery, it is gorgeous. It is gorgeous. And yeah, it's the 100-year anniversary from Lufthansa, and IniBuilds have done a collaboration with them, and you can grab a ton of those liveries right now via the Ini Manager. Available for the 747 as well. Yes, indeed. Yes, indeed. It's not just the the IniBuilds in-house hangared aircraft. They've done it for other aircraft as well, which is brilliant. So yeah, do be sure to check it out, lads. IniBuilds this year, I've never seen anything like it from a development company, considering the work they have done on being a first party with Flightsim 2024, all of their own sceneries, all of their own aircraft, and they continue to push out the stuff. It is incredible. So make sure you grab those. They're freaking awesome. Now, huge news today for us VFR pilots. This is an absolute milestone once again. Navigraph have been just giving us cool things all this year with the release of the Navigraph Academy, and now another update to their VFR charts. Have a look at this, because this is brilliant.
A call comes in from an executive client eager for a private escape from Bolzano, Italy to Samadin, Switzerland. Sunlight glinting on the snow-covered ramp and a crystal clear sky, promising an unforgettable flight. A winter playground renowned for its resorts and pristine slopes nestled deep in the Alps. You're about to see some of Europe's most dramatic mountain terrain. Inside the cockpit, this story becomes more than a simple hop between two airports. It's a chance to show how modern VFR charting tools can turn complex mountain flying into a thoughtful, methodical process. On the iPad, the departure airport LIPB Bolzano is selected, and the new flight rules filter is used to narrow down to VFR charts only, perfect for a clear sky day like today. Instantly, the app highlights Jeppesen VFR plates, giving access to taxi diagrams, general information pages, and VFR approach and departure depictions tailored for pilots flying visually into and out of this valley airport. With the new Jeppesen update adding VFR charts from Jeppesen to Navigraph charts, over 4,800 VFR charts have been added across more than 2,000 airports. The first stop is the VFR taxi chart. This chart is far more than just a picture of runways and taxiways. It spells out which aircraft types are permitted, calls out any local restriction, and flags caution areas that matter specifically to VFR operations. One note jumps off the page. Significant bird hazards are reported all around the maneuvering area, especially near the threshold of runway 01. Switching to the general information page deepens the picture. With engine started and checklist complete, the next chart in the workflow is the VFR Departure Approach Chart for Bolzano. This chart is like having a sectional zoomed in and annotated specifically for arrivals and departures at this specific airport. Terrain contours, obstacles, and recommended routes into and out of this valley are all laid out with chart symbology. Prominent peaks, passes, and obstacles are all labeled and easy to correlate with a view out of the window. The route threads between big terrain features, and this is also a good moment to zoom into and out to see how local details fit into the broader alpine context. At a zoomed out level, it's clear where the highest ridgelines and valleys sit relative to the route. Zooming in close, the VFR plate exposes small charted towns, lakes, and roads which become visual checkpoints in the windshield. As cruise winds wind down and the Engadine Valley comes into range, attention shifts to Engadine Airport at Samadin. The Samadin VFR approach chart is loaded, again focusing on the VFR set in the app. This plate is quite different from a simple runway diagram. It lays out arrival routes, terrain, obstacles, and pattern expectations tailored to this unique high elevation airport. The flight will be approaching from the south, lining up naturally for a downwind to runway 21. On the chart, the valley alignment, terrain walls, and obstacles are clearly depicted, including obstacles around 6,000 feet in the vicinity and higher terrain enclosing the valley on both sides. On final, speed, configuration, and descent rate are all set with an awareness to the surrounding mountains and charted obstacles. The runway materializes exactly where the plate indicated it would be. Touchdown on the asphalt is smooth, the mains meeting the runway with a satisfying chirp as the turbine dupe settles into its rollout. Engines spool down and the cockpit grows quiet. With the aircraft now secured and the passengers off to hit the slopes, the turbine dupe waits quietly on the snowy ramp, ready for the next clear sky day, the next mountain valley, and the next story written on a VFR chart.
Isn't that absolutely brilliant? So let's have a look at this in a little bit closer detail. So we've learned from Navigraph, or we've seen from Navigraph over the little while, they have released the brand new Rogers VFR for Europe. All the sectional charts for Europe now exist as part of your Navigraph subscription. What they've done further is now added all these new Jeppesen charts for VFR, and they've added them to a ton of airports. For example, if we were to go in and have a look at Shannon, well, we can go to Shannon and say, hey, see this little button here? We can say, just show me the VFR charts. If we go into the VFR approach chart for Shannon, this is the Shannon VFR approach chart, which usually you'd have to go to, you know, the AIP or the IAA in order to get all this information. Now it's part of your Navigraph subscription. With your moving map, your aircraft moves around it. It has all of your visual reference point from Gorkglass Lock, your Coney Island, Dromore Castle, and even heading up here towards Ennis. This is incredible. Incredible stuff, especially from the VFR perspective. In America, you have your sectional charts. It made things so very handy, right? Now, we have it all in Europe. All Europe is covered. And to make the sectionals, the Rogers data, even more powerful, when we go in to the individual airports, let's have a look at Cardiff, for example. And if we say, hey, in Cardiff, can we have a look at some VFR charts of Cardiff? You can actually see now the Cardiff VFR charts. This is amazing. This is a massive, massive update from Navigraph, targeting those of VFR flying. This, I think, for us who tend to fly general aviation in VFR conditions, this is massive, lads. This really is. This just cuts down a whole load of having to, scour the internet and find charts from the, IAPs who have them. You know what I mean? So I think this is absolutely brilliant. But that's not all. Navigraph have also released something brand new, and it is their US heli sectional charts, meaning they've now included their US helicopter sectional charts, which again is absolutely incredible, because having heli routes, which we've just learned that TDS are doing, Navigraph have injected them directly themselves as well, and we get to choose on our filter heli. So we can see for the Federal Aviation Administration, we have our IF4 high and low, your VFR sectionals, right? But now you have your heli sectionals where applicable. This is excellent. I mean, this really does pin you up to, some of the real world stuff. Some of the regions where they do have heli routes, Boston, of course, we know. New York, you have that famous corridor heading on up the Hudson. The heli charts are in there. And heli charts, again, they're not just for helis, right? They can be flown by fixed wing as well if you're following a heli route, which is permissible in some areas. Again, check your charts. Washington, D.C. has them. There's a number of places scattered out throughout the United States, down into Houston, which is awesome to see. We have heli routes now in and out of Houston. We can go down as far as William P. Hobby, probably out to Galveston, which we have. Heli routes are now a thing with Navigraph, and I think this is incredible. And of course, we also have Los Angeles, which flying in LA with choppers, it's incredible. And now that you have heli charts, sectionals, which are applicable specifically to heli pilots, I mean, they'd have visual reference points, of course, but they would also have different waypoints, right? Different identifiers and all that kind of stuff. So this has been a massive update from Navigraph between the release of, the Navigraph Academy, which we're going to be doing tomorrow, lesson 5, I think, or 6. And also now, apart from having European VFR charts for Europe, which is just unbelievably good, we now have the inclusion. Let's go into Clonbelogue. I wonder, do they have charts for Clonbelogue? They do. Oh, this is brilliant. We now have Jeppesen charts for VFR globally at a number of airports, and this is incredible stuff. It's absolutely incredible stuff. European VFR charts. Yeah, it's cool. Northland Air, good to see you. Lear, good to see you, buddy. Hope you're well. Yeah, it's unbelievable. Newfoundland uses VFR charts in ForeFlight. Yeah. It'd be nice if they expand on their training stuff to cover these too. Rave Automated, they will. And again, with our Thursday daytime lessons, and don't worry if you can't make it on a Thursday, the videos, we'll push them onto YouTube. I'm going to start soon a course all on charts, understanding how to, reading a chart, understanding airspace, and what do these numbers mean? How do I find out what this information means? There was a user on Discord earlier on asking about it. So yeah, we'll do it. And explaining what your flight plan looks like, what the charts, how to read a chart, map reading, all that jazz. We'll be starting that soon on Thursday daytime streams, kind of like a classroom kind of a stream. Because there's stuff I want to go over as well. So don't worry if you can't make it there on the day. The videos, I'll put them all on their own playlist on YouTube, and you can check them out from there. And again, keep me honest with feedback and suggestions, lads. Make sure you check out our Discord. That's where we hang about. !Discord is where you'll find the community. And you are more than welcome to come join in the slagging of me. Everyone slags me, but it's okay. I've thick skin, Yeah, Murph, that's not all this thick. Big thick head in you. But yeah, brilliant stuff here from Navigraph, and phenomenal stuff. Now, moving on, news over to X-Plane. Airfoil Labs finally releasing the update to their King Air 350, bringing it up to version 2.0.2 for X-Plane 12. And Airfoil Labs released the new update for the King Air. It introduces a range of improvements across the systems, avionics and audio. A key addition, of course, is the implementation of the brand new weather radar for the MFD version of all aircraft, along with fixes for the GPS version of the radar functionality. Avionics and navigation have received significant attention. The update addresses VNAV guidance, ensuring descent profiles display correctly after top of descent, and approach indications work across all screens, including revisionary modes, and the RNAV autopilot logic for the MFD has been corrected. In terms of audio, the audio panel logic has been completely rebuilt, all with FMOD sounds, routing being reorganized for cleaner sound behavior, and they've also fixed some bugs related to the Morse code identification. Additionally, a new feature allows users to simulate noise-cancelling headphones via a menu icon. Great stuff. You want feedback? More history? More history streams? Thanks, Gibbo. We slag with you, Murph, not at you. Thank you, Nutty Slag. Thank you. Brilliant. System logic also refined. Engine starting now correctly accounts for generator loads, because I did that issue a couple of weeks back. And also a bug regarding the battery voltage has been resolved as well. The ground reversal logic has been fixed. Custom prop control has been implemented to improve thrust behavior. Visually, the update adds menu options to show or hide instrument glass or windshield dirt, as well as correcting the directionality of the left strobe light. Airfoil Labs King Air 350, available from the xplane.org store, currently priced at $34.97, which has been discounted from the regular price of $49.95. This is an exceptional simulation of a King Air. The Black Square King Air overhaul for Flightsim 2020 is a masterpiece. Not technically supported in 2024, but you can get it working. But in the world of X-Plane, the King Air 350, excellent. Excellent. Highly recommended. But yes, you've normal sized hands, but they're covered in thick skin. Well, yeah, right? Yeah. Staying with X-Plane, Flight Factor have updated their 757 and their 767. Again, looking at the weather radar that X-Plane 12 pushed out with the new capabilities. They've also fixed a number of crashes related to the TGDS plugin, fixing Navigraph issues, fixing the logic of the 757 hydraulic system, its PTU, the yaw damper, and also the reverse brake, and also fixing the ECAS messaging order. Full change logs are below, but if you do have the Flight Factor 7.5 or 7.6 or both, make sure you grab the updates using the Flight Updater software. Again, two incredibly good aircraft in the world of X-Plane, because, well, we see the 757 version 2, and they're working on a new one, but also the 767 quality of life updates. Do you know? Where is this now? Speaking of 7.5, did you see that Bluebird teaser? They modelled the landing gear bay wiring. Oh yeah, there's nuts stuff gone into that. Now, moving over, new IL2 Korea gameplay footage has been released. IL2, it's not a sim I've dabbled in much. I know Jay Winokur has, and I've loved watching his streams on it. Almost a year and a half after announcing Korea, developer 1C Game Studios have shared new gameplay reveal video on YouTube of IL2 Korea, the newest in the IL2 Combat flight simulator series. 1C Game Studios positions the IL2 franchise as a balance between authentic simulation and accessibility. The gameplay reveal video opens up with a hangar shot of a MiG-15 surrounded by interactive click spots that trigger different animations, something that's quite new to IL2. So we have a video. Let's check it out. Gotta say, IL2 is looking mighty fine with the Korea DLC on the way. But yeah, it looks very, very good. The shows air-to-air combat with the MiG shooting down bombers and engages in close range with adversary propeller-powered aircraft. Combat footage taken from a mission set themed around Black Thursday event in the Korean War back in 1951. So no release date just yet, but it does look very, very good. IL2, I mean, it's certainly progressing there. The graphics look amazing, don't they? Really, really nice. So great news there. Now over to FlightSimTease.com, because let's not make any mistake about it, they have been clothing me this winter, and I wanted to go in and have a look at some of the new designs that are now available. We have a number of new arrivals. So for instance, if we go into the t-shirts where we can have a look, so you can see that there's brand new arrivals in there. Proud parent of a pilot. Very nice t-shirts, right? Look, very nice, yes. Top quality, very nice. Not only that, check this out. They also have added to the Christmas collection a brand new 2026 flight path. Very nice. Your festive clothing. And something else I've been drawn to is the new hoodie design, right? So go back in here. We're going to hoodies. Check out the Irish planes. It's absolutely brilliant. The Emerald hoodie, and some very, very nice new gear, new arrivals on the way over to FlightSimTease.com. Now, if you ramble to a button I'm about to press when I find where I put the button, up there, look, yes, you can get yourselves a 10% discount by using the code TTM at checkout. FlightSim Tease, by the way, lads, this is Gibbo Ireland. Gibbo has developed all of this, created all of this, and he goes off and he makes the gear to sell, right? And the idea being it is made by a simmer for simmers. It has been tried and tested on yours truly, and I'm hard on gear, hard on clothing, and it's definitely standing to the test of Murphy. And I absolutely stand by this gear because it's comfortable, the fitting, and because I'm like, you know, I'm the wrong size in every department, completely. The Murphys have terribly long torsos, you know. Oh yeah, baby, very long torsos. We're big or sitting them we are standing, but the gear fits right. It's quality made stuff, and it's made here in little old Ireland, which is great. So Hans, yeah, he doesn't do gloves yet. He will though, no doubt. But ramble on over, check out the website. There's a ton of new stuff gone in there now as well. The American Flight Sim hoodie, you gotta love it. Look, US flag. Have you seen this one? Have you seen this gear? Some really, really nice stuff there. So haven't heard of any complaints yet. Nor have I. But yeah, do check it all out, lads. There's some incredible stuff there. And a little bit later on, make sure you join our Discord, because we're going to do a giveaway of a t-shirt over on our Discord a little bit later on after the stream. ! Discord. Make sure you get over there, click on the shamrock, you'll have access to all the channels, and we'll be doing a giveaway over there a little bit later on, all thanks to FlightSimTease.com and Gibbo, because he's a legend. And it's just lovely gear. So do be sure to check it out. FlightSimTease.com, lads. That is the website, designed for simmers by simmers, and that's what I love about this. So a massive congrats to Gibbo, and keep up the awesome work. Sexy lingerie are coming out next year in time for Valentine's Day, just in case you were wondering. You know, right? Gibbo, how are you fixed? But anyway, moving on. Brilliant stuff there from FlightSim Tease. Now, we're going to talk a little bit about SayIntentions, because every week they have been giving out weekly NOTAMs and explaining what they're doing, right? What they're getting up to. And I was chatting to the lads earlier on, and there's some new information that we have for you tonight, but we're going to just touch on a couple of things in the most recent updates. And, well, what we have, right? CPDLC, full CPDLC support for all aircraft is now available in Pocket Sky. VATSIM handoffs, which is brand new, that's now working in both directions. The top 5 airports, fully taxi-tuned and ground optimized, and also the AirCare Alliance, which is up and running. So, full CPDLC support. Communicate with ATC using data link messages right from the Pocket Sky app, including aircraft without native CPDLC avionics. which is huge. You can now actually just use Pocket Sky to be able to do this. It has ACARS integration with text-based ATC exchanges for clearance, requests, and more, also supported in Pocket Sky. On mobile and tablet, all CPDLC and ACARS capabilities are available on your phone or tablet, empowering you to stay connected wherever you fly. SayIntentions are excited to bring the True Controller Pilot data link communication CPDLC support into Pocket Sky, extending digital ATC messaging into your pocket through a reskin of the popular FSM CPDLC client. CPDLC lets pilots and controllers exchange structured text messages as an alternative or indeed a supplement to traditional voice radio, reducing frequency congestion and improving the clarity of instructions between the flight deck and ATC. This includes text-based clearances, requests and responses, all handled through a well-established ACARS network and the integrated FSM data link service Pocket Sky now supports. CPDLC, widely used in oceanic, remote and increasingly en route environments, and offers a real-world way to handle routine communications digitally. How it works? Well, CPDLC messages are exchanged via the FSM CPDLC, giving you structured, reliable communication, even if the aircraft itself doesn't have native CPDLC avionics. ACARS, which is your aircraft communications, addressing and report system, it acts as the transport layer, carrying both operational messages and CPDLC traffic between the cockpit apps and ATC. With Pocket Sky, pilots can send and receive these messages directly from the mobile interface, making digital ATC data link communication accessible for more aircraft on more flights than ever before. This is a huge upgrade. It brings a more efficient, realistic communication expertise to your flight operations, letting you handle clearances and requests as they're done just as they are in real-world modern air traffic environments. Special thanks to the Flightsim developer Dave Black for allowing SayIntentions to use the popular FSM add-on as the foundation for the embedded CPDLC client. SayIntentions also working on traffic and ATC updates using smarter vectoring, cleaner traffic and better flows. They've also been doing some bug fixing in the background and just getting some of the communication between ATC and the pilots to other pilots, and also the likes of ATIS information. Everything's getting tweaked and worked on. The biggest thing here, which I think is potentially huge, lads, VATSIM handoffs solved in both directions. This is big news, particularly if you're flying on the VATSIM network, because SayIntentions believe that they solved a VATSIM issue. The VATSIM handoff problem for flights departing a VATSIM coverage area about a year ago was solved by SayIntentions. Let's say you were flying on VATSIM and next thing, no further ATC available, monitor advisory 122.8, see ya. And that was it. You were flying with Billy No-Mates. You'd have to talk to, if you were lucky, other traffic that was in the area. But what would happen if there wasn't any traffic? Well, you were kind of stuck there and saying, I'll just stick on some music now. Well, SayIntentions were able to solve that last year because they developed their client to take the information that you've already filed with VATSIM, your flight plan, your cruise altitude, your planned approach, all the information, including your squawk, and understand it and still carry the ball when you leave the VATSIM network. When you're no more ATC coverage is available, you can now fly directly on SayIntentions. But the biggest challenge has been, well, what if you want to start in an area that has no ATC from VATSIM, but you want to eventually end up in an area that has VATSIM coverage, but you don't want to fly without ATC along the way? Well, SayIntentions now have it covered because the feature has been released thus far as a preview to partners while we work out any of the, if there is any issues. To turn it on, go to the pilot portal, settings, preview, and you'll see a new VATSIM section. The plugin will detect when a VATSIM controller reaches out to you via text as you approach their airspace. Once they do, SayIntentions AI ATC will say, contact VATSIM controller, its position on this frequency, intercepting the message and giving you an audible ATC handoff. Once you hear the message, your co-pilot will be disabled and you will be automatically disconnected from the SayIntentions AI ATC network, and you're now 100% in VATSIM's hands. It is 100% your responsibility to comply with the terms and service and rules of VATSIM at all times. This includes not dual transmitting on both networks at the same time. SayIntentions recommend you use a separate push-to-talk button for vPilot, the client that runs your VATSIM, to avoid this. So what they're saying is, listen, put your SayIntentions push-to-talk on one button. Put your VATSIM push-to-talk on another button so you have no fear of dual broadcasting. SayIntentions are proud to further their mission of giving pilots the best possible ATC coverage. When human controllers are available and a pilot is comfortable using them, well, SayIntentions believe they should absolutely be under human control. And for the other 99% of the time, AI is the next best option, which is why SayIntentions are committed to seamless handoffs and invite the entire community, VATSIM included, to collaborate them on that goal. What do you think of this, guys? I mean, for anyone who flies on VATSIM, there's nothing worse. You know, you're loaded up, there's controllers online, next thing they go offline. Or, you know, maybe you have massive top-down coverage, you know, a center is online and they shut things off and you're going to spend the next 4 hours, 5 hours crossing Oceanic or, you know, the Atlantic with no ATC. If you have SayIntentions, if you are a subscriber to SayIntentions, you have this ATC program sitting there. But before, there was no real way it could carry the ball all the way for VATSIM, right? Now they've figured out how to do it. So already it can get a handover from VATSIM, right? No further ATC available. Monitor advisory 122.8. You could do that, disconnect from VATSIM, go straight onto SayIntentions, it carries the ball. They've also done it the other way around. If you start with SayIntentions, next thing SayIntentions will say, hang on, there's a human VATSIM controller up the road. Your flight plan is due to enter his airspace. Contact VATSIM controller at this frequency, and then SayIntentions automatically drops. This is amazing. I think this is amazing. Do you know? Malky says, how many of the Thursday flights have been on LonelyCom? Yep. 100%. It's a very, very nice update, says Roy. It is. Scott says, with VATSIM coverage, you get what you pay for. I've had folks complain when I was going off after being there for 5 hours. 100%, Scott. So, Scott, as a VATSIM controller, right? I mean, if you had pilots that were now contacting you based on a flight plan, I mean, there's relatively no impact to you as a controller receiving traffic coming into your airspace if SayIntentions is carrying the ball, i.e. what they had filed for, or it doesn't really matter, because if they were on advisory or Unicom, well, they could change what they want to change. There's no controlling, right? Sounds good to you, yeah. Would SayIntentions be able to large workloads during an event like Cross the Pond? That's a very good question, Exponent. I've no idea, man. I mean, at any given time, you can go onto the SayIntentions website. You'll see the live map of just how many live aircraft are controlling. And it ranges. It could be anywhere between like 200 or 300 in the wee hours of madness to like hundreds, nearly thousands at some stage, all being controlled with AI. I think this is incredible because from a VATSIM perspective, if you know you want to fly in VATSIM, SayIntentions are saying, I mean, when you see them say this is friggin' awesome, right? Their exact words were, when human controllers are available and a pilot is comfortable using them, two very important points there. SayIntentions believe they should absolutely be under human control. And for the other 99% of the time, AI is the next best option. What they're saying there is when controllers are available, important, but also when the user is comfortable. SayIntentions is a great stepping stone from the world of I can't deal with upsetting a controller or I don't want to be given out to today. I've had a tough day. The boss is at me. The wife is at I just don't want my evening ruined by someone giving out to me if I do something wrong. Right? Or it could be just an anxiety thing. I'm not ready to talk to people yet. I'm not fully there. I need more months, but I want to go flying. SayIntentions is the answer. It just is. Will it get things wrong? Of course it will. Brian will tell you that, yeah, it gets stuff wrong, but they work damn hard at making sure it doesn't. And anything that does go wrong, they need that feedback. They need it. It's a self-correcting mechanism. They need the information from the community to come back to say, listen, had a flight, didn't go according to plan, ATC told me to do this. Grand. They'll go off, they research it, they figure out what went wrong, and before you know it, they've updated it. Go on to the SayIntentions Discord, SayIntentions Discord, and when you look at the patch notes and the updates, there are several updates daily. New versions, fix this, redeploy that, change this, clean that. They're so active on that. So it's really, really good. Now, in addition to all of this, which is great news, hot off the shelf, with the impending release of the PMDG 737, right, for Microsoft Flight Sim 2024, well, SayIntentions already has an automated checklist in place. Their heartfelt thanks to SayIntentions user Jangaloo, who has created this masterpiece checklist based on his real-world experience as both a 737NG and a 737 MAX pilot. You will see actual guards, switches, and buttons moving as your co-pilot goes through pre-flight procedure checklist. Pushback started? Ask for start engine number 2 checklist. The ignition and engine start switches will all be taken care of by the co-pilot. All you have to do is monitor N1 for about 20%, and then you move the fuel cutoff switch into idle. Almost as easy as starting an Airbus. Feeling task saturated? Well, any automated item in the checklist can also be requested as an action from the co-pilot. At 10,000 feet, just key the intercom push to talk and ask for landing lights off. Starting on December 18th, along with the release of the PMDG 737, the SayIntentions global default checklist for the 737 or 738 will now be called the PMDG 737NG Microsoft Flight Sim 2024. Give it a try and prepare to be amazed by this amazing aircraft created by PMDG, and increase your level of immersion with the automated checklist courtesy of SayIntentions. Users of the current PMDG 737 for Flight Sim 2020 will still have access to the new one, including the full auto flows with corresponding checklists, also by Jangaloo. Just search for that title, clone it, and make it your default checklist for the 738. Checklists, just something that we've looked at before on this channel. We will do it again soon, particularly when it comes to the PMDG 738. The idea being is, with SayIntentions, co-pilot, I want you to do this. Now I want you to do that. You're creating this sort of teamwork environment inside the aircraft. We've seen it with other add-ons, but with SayIntentions, it's following the flows of a checklist and you have control. It's not linear. Don't do that. I'll do that. You know what I mean? You've all these kind of stuff there. So I think this is amazing. Of course, this is going to be opened to all the premium users of SayIntentions, right? This is the new checklist for premium users. And then also a shout out, because I'm starting to see it more. We've tested it a good bit here on the channel, which is called StreamKit. StreamKit from SayIntentions. It is designed for streamers, right? If you're a flight sim streamer, it adds it adds multiple layers of interaction between your audience and the flight sim itself. Things like passing messages through. They can go through the tour guide. They can go through the co-pilot. You can even ask the co-pilot to control the aircraft. Like, there's mad things coming here. But if you are a content creator streaming, do be sure you'll see a new pop-up that'll be coming up on the StreamKit landing page, where SayIntentions will ask you to opt in to promote your stream to everyone. So just be aware of that, and also check out StreamKit. If you are a live streamer, or you're thinking about getting into live streaming, and you're thinking, how am I going to control all of these things? Check out the SayIntentions StreamKit. It's very, very powerful. Very powerful. And it gives you a lot of control over it as well. You might think, there's too much noise here. I won't be able to think straight. You have a lot of control over it. You can kind of have certain commands, if you wish, tied to certain users or tiers and all this kind of stuff. It's very, very good. So do be sure to check it out. If you've any questions on anything when it comes to SayIntentions, hit me up over in Discord. I'll be happy to answer what I can. Whatever I can't, I'll direct you straight to SayIntentions for that as well. But they're doing great things. It's absolutely great to see. Brilliant stuff from SayIntentions. Also, when it comes to their top 500 airports, the most popular, major hubs like JFK, Heathrow, LAX, Dubai, and more now feature improved routing and more accurate ground traffic flows. That's allowing users to update the taxi tuning, which makes everything work that little bit better. All updates are active. Experience smoother surface operations on your very next flight, and it's all done with SayIntentions. Also, we've looked into this already. The Air Care Alliance, virtual flights, real impact, fly missions inspired by groups like Angel Flight, Lifeline Pilots, and Animal Rescue. Complete just one virtual ACA flight in November or December, and SayIntentions will donate a portion of your sponsorship profits to the organization connected to your mission. They're doing charity work, which is great to see. So, amazing stuff from SayIntentions. They've been flat out constantly working on the updates, lads, and it's great to see so many cool things coming. The VATSIM stuff I find is absolutely incredible, amazing. Can't wait to try out the 737 PMDG checklist to have me co-pilot. Come on, Timmy, press the button, there's a good man. It's going to be brilliant, right? So great stuff there. So now we move on because, friends, it's time to check out add-ons. See, I told you it was going to be a long night. So we're going to start off here. We're here in Papua New Guinea. And what we're looking at here, friends, is the Papua New Guinea Highland Bush Strips Pack number 5 from Orbx, right? Where is this now? Sumner, thank you very much indeed. Yeah, it was some crack yesterday with the... It was some crack with the Red Bull race, and it was so much fun. The Limbic says, I've cancelled my Adobe subscription today because crazy increases. Yeah, you're going to get SayIntentions instead. Awesome. If you've any questions, the Limbics, just hit me up on it. It's a great bit of kit. It's a great bit of kit. My Adobe is ridiculously dear as well. I need to look into my renewal. Because for me, for what I do, there's... You know, but anyway, moving on. Orbx, another great addition from the indie developer Ken Hall. Well, the pack has been developed exclusively for Flightsim 2024, taking full advantage of the latest features offered by the new SDK. Pack 5 features 7 more great airstrips. We're on the ground here at a place called Bundy, Alpha Yankee Delta India. And basically what we get with all the new airstrips, unique terminal buildings, each displaying the airstrip name and elevation. A local map of the area is included on a notice board displaying on the building. Some of the local network of the Papua New Guinea people have also been used on some of the buildings to reflect the local culture. And there's an absolute ton of stuff here that features 7 handcrafted airstrips in the eastern highlands of Papua New Guinea, scenic and challenging highland flying, airstrips located on elevated plateaus with dramatic terrain, which we'll have a look at here now. Foundation for additional bush flying adventures, of course, more features planned for future updates, and so on and so on and so on. So, well, let's have a look at just one of them. Here we are, right? And this is what you can kind of come to expect from this pack. You can pick this up right now. It's over on the Orbx Direct website. It's about €10, right? Or about £9.99, so a tenner, roughly, right? Or if you're in the US, it's about $13. But effectively, this is like just some of the local buildings. It's class looking, isn't it? Do you ever watch Missionary Bush Pilot? I mean, this is his jam right here, isn't it? Some of the places he flies in and out of, like, unbelievably challenging, and like he does it without breaking a sweat. It's mad. But you can see here it's all custom built. Bundy Airport, you can see all this information that they put in there. There's Teresa, good woman yourself, Teresa, with the gadget. Here's our map, right, showing you all the region all the way around. That's pretty cool, right? And each of these 7 airstrips have this level of detail in them as well, and more. But yeah, look, tons of cool stuff. They're a little bit sank into the ground. I wonder, does it need an update? Oh, there's a motory bike. Brilliant. But you see, what's mad and cool about this is, as I'm moving around with the L drone camera, which is grand, what we're seeing more and more now with Microsoft Flight Sim, people are getting out and walking. They're actually getting out and exploring the world. And one of the add-ons we're looking at tonight, we're going to see why you'd want to do that more and more, right? But anyway, look, they've cows in the field, and it's class. These little airships, they're just class. And like, when you look at the location, I'll zoom all the way out now to just give you a better idea. I mean, look at the state of this, lads. Isn't that something else? Isn't that something else? I mean, just there's scenery at play here, which is just absolutely jaw-dropping. It's beautiful. Don't know what happened over here, but I imagine it's scenery, unless I, you know, exploded something. Oh, Jesus, there's a fire! There's a I don't know what's causing that, but let's not worry too much. It's very good though, isn't it? I mean, look at the detailing. It is staggering. It's done very, very well. LOD, all the kind of stuff is grand. And for a tenner, you're getting 7 airports. I mean, come on. Real good. Real good. So there's each of the 7 locations you can fly to and from each one. Build yourself some proper missions there, and they can all be increased dramatically depending on your weather settings, you see? So moving on from that, it's time to start looking and listening to things, because, friends, we're going to have a look at what's called AeroTone. Now, AeroTone, brand new from SoFly Design, SoFly Simulations, SoFly Design, SoFly. It's available right now over on their website. €23.99. There's 20% off at the moment. And basically what it does, this adds in a ton of new sounds to the aircraft. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to start up this Cessna. We're going to have a listen to it because I want you to hear the differences, right? So we'll go ahead and get the batteries on. Right? Master switch is on. Avionics. Right. Fuel in. Fuel tank on. We got some lights turned on here as well. The Corvallis, I have not flown this at all much. And I don't know why, it's a super little airplane. Right, let me see. Prop full, mixture, what's my altitude? 4,500 feet. Mixture about there. Clear prop. And let's go for a start. Alright. We're starting the prop. Go ahead and get avionics on. Now, these are the default sounds in the sim. Yeah, they're good enough. And I'm going to taxi forward and just have a listen to the sounds, the rolls, right? And we'll open up AeroTone, right? Because I want to make sure everything's turned off. Off, 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 and off. Right, brilliant. Everything's off for the minute. So have a listen. See the turns I'm doing and the sounds or lack of. Alright? Alright. Let's go turn on some sounds. You have profiles for each and every aircraft. They've already built specific profiles for loads of aircraft. But what we can do, see down here, we can select the Corvallis and we can see what's loaded up. So don't worry about that for the minute. Flight deck environment. Well, let's turn it on. Do we want the... And listen to it, right? Okay, this is the default sounds. If I enable the sound, have a listen. Hear that? So that's their circulation fans. What about the aircraft movement? Ground roll, touchdown, turbulence, gear drag, movement rattling, water splash, and snow, right? The aircraft category, we can go in here and change that to the different type of aircraft. Helicopters are included. Tons of stuff, right? Alright, that's good. What else? The cabin. Well, we don't really have a cabin here, but like we can turn on things like the galley, toilets flushing, passengers talking, you know, call bells, vibrations. We don't need those in this small aircraft. We can do the same for pilots. We can have sneezing, coughing, random pilot banter. And you'll hear them talk. Hey John, you see that movie the other night? Yeah. Right? And you can control your volume for all of these as well. The wind effects, let's go ahead and turn these on. Flight deck wind and turbulence, we want that. And we also have ATC
China
chatter.
792, push and start approved. Facing east.
So it's just background ATC chatter. View regional settings, and you can select which regional ATC background chatter you want. Oceanic, Australia, Europe, USA, UK, and so on. Right, so I'm going to turn those off. But the ones I have enabled, let's have a listen to the aircraft now as I move it on the ground. Right, you ready? Do you hear the difference? Lots of flaps. Do you hear the ground roll and the rattling? Let's go for takeoff. Hopefully I can take off here. Oh, Jesus. Well, I think what FS Realistic is doing, it adds in like shakes and movements and all this kind of stuff, right? There are similarities between this and FS Realistic, at least from what I can see. There are similarities, but the sounds, they're really, really good. Listen. Hear all that rattling sound? And just to show you the difference, I mean, if I disable this, right? Usually you kind of set it and forget it, right? But if I were to disable all of these sounds, they're off, they're disabled, right? Because I didn't save it. Right? Now if we turn them back on again, aircraft movement, wind effects, save the profile. Now have a listen. Did you hear all that extra detail? It's very, very good. What am I doing? I'm doing this. Hang on there now, hey.
Can I get a refund?
Bit of trim. And you can increase the sounds, of course, on this as well, yeah? Wind effects, sounds are up. Go into your settings here, you can also control how everything works, right? So open the regional settings, there's a tutorial there. Everything you pretty much need. Cockpit and cabin audio completely transformed. You can hear subtle human touches like pilot sneezes, coughs, casual, all that kind of stuff. So your comparison to FS Realistic, what overlaps with FS Realistic? I think this is its own standalone. Oh, James, I'm going to put it in the ground. I mean, it's almost fair to say this is just a different product with different sounds. How much? If it's less than a tenner, I'm interested. It's $23.99, Gibbo. $23.99. I have their environmental app. Great improvement to the sim, but the sounds are same no matter where you are. They don't change different parts of the sim. Yeah, this is kind of like the next kind of movement on from this, you know? So let's have a look at the website. We'll pause the sim. Don't move now, machine. So the SoFly website, what we have, right? The price, currently on special, 20% off. It redefines the sound environment inside of the sim, both for 2020 and 2024. Every aircraft in your hangar, past, present or future, benefits from a richer, more convincing audio landscape that brings you closer to real-world aviation. Experience authentic sound design built from hundreds of professionally produced recordings, and this is all captured by Echo 19, by the way. You'll also never feel alone in the sky. It includes over 100 hours of pre-recorded ATC chatter. AeroTone, fully customizable. The custom in-sim control panel allows you to adjust all the levels. Official presets to ensure accurate audio out of the box, and also custom profiles. The included sound effects: in-sim audio panel, authentic sound by Echo 19, dynamic aircraft audio, ground roll, turbulence, vibration, so on. regionalized ATC chatter works at every aircraft, and so on and so on. So from an FS realistic perspective, I would say similar. How much is FS realistic? FS realistic is €34.44. FS, that's the price of FS realistic. So they have 40 effects. They also use visual effects. That's what FS realistic adds, visual and audio effects like head movements, shaking, that kind of stuff. What we have for AeroTone, this is just sounds, and there's a ton of sounds thrown in. And it works on any aircraft, you know? But again, as I said, my job is to kind of show you the stuff in action. If you're interested in the product, hopefully this has informed you to either buy or not buy. I mean, if you have any questions or wanted to do something, let me know. That's what it's all about. For me, I'm going to probably keep using this. I mean, FS Realistic, there's a lot of the features I don't like. I don't want a whole load of the head shake and stuff, because then I can't interact with my controls. But I do enjoy the sounds. This has really good sounds. Echo 19 did the sounds, right? So that's why I like this, you know? But yeah, AeroTone. Does it have a development timeline to see what's coming up? I didn't see one. I do know they're going to add more to it. But yeah, it's works with all aircraft, global ATC chatter. What else does it have? 80 sound effects with multiple variations. It seems to fall a little short for me. Really wanted this to be good, says Gibbo. What's the ATC like? It's just like ATC chatter in the background, but it's regionalized. So if we were to go into it, I'll turn it back on so you can hear it. ATC chatter, activate. And now we just kind of listen and we wait. You will hear it though, they'll be chatting away. FS Realistic new version on the horizon too. Ooh.
Tokyo Tower, all Nippon 8. 6 November Hotel, ready for departure from intersection. Hold, short of Kilo runway 05.
All Nippon, 86 November Hotel, runway 05 from intersection hold, short of Kilo, surface wind 30.
I can probably turn this up.
22 knots, cleared for takeoff.
Tokyo, yeah, Tokyo. Well, that's full whack. So that's the ATC. But again, it's giving you that kind of regionalized ATC environment, you know? But, yeah. Big Al says, as I said, their eco soundscapes is good for adding life to cities in the sim, but I want different sounds in each city, but you get the same sounds in every city. Yeah. Yeah. It's a lovely UI. It integrates nicely. I mean, you know, it's you know, I'm using it in Flow, but it lives up here in your top bar as well. The UI is quite nice. It works. You know, the sounds are really nice. Especially the ground roll and the creaking and all this sort of stuff. The environmental or the cabin environment is nice as well if you're flying in your airliners. It just adds that. It does add an extra layer of realism. It absolutely does. But if you already have FS Realistic and you're looking at this thinking, you know, A2A locked me out, I can't update. Tarnish, just drop him an email, buddy. Zybot got your flow updated? Nice. So we're going to move on. That's the AeroTone from SoFly. Next up, lads, is Parallel 42's Typical Weather. As you can see, we're currently flying here in some nice weather. We'll call it nice weather because the current preset is on clear skies. This is the integration of Typical Weather. So we're going to enable Typical Weather and have a look at what happens to our sky here now in a moment. So it's going to load in fair weather. Look at the sky. It's changed the wind. It's changed the pressure. And like straight away you can see, all right. So this is using what's called typical weather for this region. Now we can go to this. This is going to load up typical weather. That was atypical. I'll show you this now in a second. So typical weather. Here's the weather changing. See the way we're getting a METAR? And you can decode the METAR as you move along. It's telling you what's happening. Clouds scattered 4200. Heavy thunderstorms. Jesus. Temperature 26. So this is using typical weather based on the data points that Parallel 42 has grabbed. So this is typical weather. So it's not just makey uppy, and I didn't have to sit here and say, I want to fly, for example, I want to fly in Scotland. It's going to be raining. And next thing you load in there and it's a clear sunny day, right? So it stops you having to go near profiles. So this is your typical weather. And it's as you fly throughout the world, as you move from region to region, well, the thing is moving along with you. And you do have some options up here to show the auto update, 2 to 5 minutes. It's updating the weather for you. Your cloud fade method, clouds fade based on their thickness. When disabled, clouds fade based on coverage. Thickness based can look more realistic. So you have options here. You also have the variable duration transitions. When enabled, cloud transitions take as long as needed to complete smoothly, regardless of changing the size. It can result in a very long transition, but it can look more real instead of like sharp movements. And then you have your location-based atypical weather, right? So if we were to have a look, so typical is using data points of what this region, this time of year, this time of day, usually gets. That's what we're seeing out the window now, right? All right. What if I were to go to atypical? Well, what do I mean by atypical? See the way I have these new buttons here? I want fair weather. Click of a button and it's like loading a preset. It now changes the weather. It transitions to fair weather conditions, which can also change over time, right? So these are fair conditions. All right. And there it is, fully transitioned. If I want to move from fair to, I don't know, hazy, you get a couple of different presets where it'll change the weather. You can see it transitioning. It's loading in. You can see the clouds changing. And this is going to give us some hazy weather. And you can see it loading in. All right. And again, you're getting a full METAR of what the conditions are actually doing. You're not kind of blind to it, right? Others, then we have foggy, windy, precip, stormy, or just IF4 weather. So if we wanted to go into stormy weather, let's load this one in and see what happens. I'll get me out of the way so you can see the transition a little bit clearer. So give it a moment to transition in. And now it's transitioned into stormy weather. We can have this little gadget up here on the screen. We can move them around, we can lock it, or we can disappear it. That's entirely up to us. Or we can go with pure random weather. That'll just load up something for us and again give you a random transition from A to B. Or we simply select live weather. So if you wanted to fly in live weather, it's loading in its own live data from, I imagine it's pulling the live weather from Microsoft, right? This is what live weather looks like right here. And you can kind of see how it, transitions. Enable typical weather, sure. It's going to load back in the thundery weather, right? You can see it transitioning. Not fully done yet. See rainbows. So we're going to get rain and stuff here now in a minute. If I bring the time of day a little bit different, you should see lightning start to appear. Give it a moment. You can certainly hear the thunder. There was lightning. All right. So you have the option, instead of having 50 weather presets, which I'll tell you, if you get all these presets, you only ever use 2 or 3, right? You really only use 2 or 3. With this, you have atypical weather, which is like, okay, give me fair weather, sunny weather, rain, put me in a storm, IF4, whatever. The typical weather is basically what this area should look like. You know, stereotype weather for Papua New Guinea this time of the year at this time. It's going to transition to what it is picking up from all its own data points, which probably won't be a million miles off what we already see, right? Typical weather for this region probably is thunderstorms, right? And if we change the time of day, well, let's see, does it change the weather? In a moment, you can see the winds, 3. Yeah, they've changed, look. See the weather changing now based on the time of the day. This is typically what you'd expect to see here in this region as we're flying. So it's transitioning to new weather. And what I like about this is when you use a preset, you're going to have the same weather on takeoff. You can fly for 5 hours and get this same friggin' weather at your destination. It doesn't always work well. What you can do with this product, it will change the weather, which is brilliant. And you still have the option from within the app to use just live weather, right? So that is typical weather. And it's a brand new add-on from Parallel 42. Here's the website. It explains everything, what it can and what it can't do, what it tries to do. You can also, it's also a great way of syncing weather in multiplayer. If everyone's using this, hey, click this one, this is what we're using. Ah, brilliant. What do you mean by typical? When we say typical, we mean the kind of weather you would expect to find at that location for that time of year and that time of day. Huh. But it can also do atypical. Fair, hazy, foggy, windy, precip, stormy, and IF4. The options are perfect for anyone who wants more control over the environment. They remain location specific and you can shuffle them to fresh variations at any time. Typical weather becomes the only preset you'll ever need. Or you can roll the dice, get something dramatic or get something random, right? Static is the default mode. It locks in the weather you start with and carries it across your flight. Take off in the dark star from LA, land in Russia. The overall forecast stays consistent. But you can make it dynamic. Or the system can be set to transition between updated weather states using advanced cloud fading algorithms and smooth interpolation. If you depart London and land in LA, typical weather gives you conditions that match real-world expectations at both ends. And remember, this isn't here to replace live weather. It's not a live weather injector. This is just a different option between, let's say, a live weather injector like Rex or Active Sky versus a weather preset. You know what I mean? Each time you shuffle a preset, a number will appear next to it, so you can share this with your friends who are flying nearby. Match them and you will experience the same weather scenario. Typical weather will always be in sync. Atypical and randomized will display a number. So for example, if we wanted to use, enable typical, or 8, what are we looking for? Typical, is it? So we're going to look for atypical, fair. Let's see now. Will it work with Flow Pro? Yeah, it works with Flow Pro, yeah. Cloud scattered. So where is this number it's telling me? Am I missing something? Right now. Each time you shuffle a preset, a number will appear next to it. Typical weather will always be in sync. Atypical and random. Ah, okay. So we want... Atypical and random option will display a number. Well, there's, I don't see the number unless I'm missing something. Can you see a number there? I'll need to talk to Edson. I don't see a number popped up on the screen. Last change just now, but I don't see the number though. Top down. Oh look, you can change the aircraft where you're looking at it. Wind, top down, live weather, or off. Okay, I'll need to ask Edson where that number is. I don't see it. You're not on atypical. I was on atypical. I'm now gone to typical. So this is now typical weather, right? If I go to atypical, it's the A number. Is that not the altimeter? The A number is the altimeter. Yeah, no, that's the altimeter. So we're going to transition to atypical precip, right? Time, wind. Yeah, I don't see a number there. Unless I'm... Which I could be completely stupid. I can't see it. Now, if we were to go to random, I wonder will it show up there. Do you need to be in a flight with someone? Shouldn't have to be. Should be just displayed, right? So here's random, but again, I don't see that number. So maybe I'll need to talk to Edson on it. Yeah, that's not working. Is there an option? You got a number one. Yeah, no, that's the random, what random number I'm using. You reckon it's this one? Atypical fair? Let's see if that number transfer. No, there's no other number. It doesn't make sense, lads. That random is just saying what number it was, you know? I don't believe that's the one. Let me talk to Edson. I'll come back. I'll give you an update over on Discord. But anyway, that is what the plugin does. I like it. I like the idea of not having 100,000 freaking 100,000 different whatchamacallits presets. You know what I mean? Right, we're going to do something mad now. Watch this. Is there a lake nearby or is it just rivers? Rivers. We shall fly to the river just below us. No, I'll need to talk to Edson about that, where that number is. It may not be active yet. This is only released, so it may not be active yet. Like, that could be the case, right? Right, come in here, plane. All right, exit the plane. Now we're going to close off our little menu over here, right? And we're going to run over here, look. And I found a river. And what I'm going to do now, I'm going to go fishing. As my telly wants to turn off. Over to apps. GoFish. Loading GoFish. Right? And in here, we have a couple of options. If we go into our settings, what difficulty do you want your settings? Easy, medium, or hard? Imperial or metric units? Auto real? Right? Just jumped in Area 42. Got the answer for you. Good man, Fox. What did you find out for me? You legend. You can assign controls to reel it in, right? Drag, increase, or you can just use your mouse, right? These are just the options. So let's go in here and say, right, we're going to start fishing. All right. Is this freshwater or saltwater? This is freshwater. All right. What fish are here? Available fish at this location. We can get... There's no fish available here. Typical. It's too shallow. Oh, wait. Yeah, this is too shallow. You big Egypt, Murphy. Right. Fear not and panic. Oh. Am I anywhere near a lake? Not yet, Tarnish. We will be covering it tonight, though. Yes, 100%. I need to find a lake. Can someone find me a lake? Rivers from the mountains form lakes. Now, this is still a river.
Can I get a refund?
No, you can't get refunds. How long are you here? Ooh. We could be lucky there. Could we? I know. I want to find a lake. Then again, this is a big river. It's brown, though. Right. Hang on. We'll jump out here and see what happens. You wouldn't know your luck, lads. Bit of slewage. Did they slow down the slew function, did they? It's just earthy. Yeah, let's go with earthy. Right, get down there now. Right. Now. Where? Fishy, 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 fishy. Hi, fish. Can I go fishing here? I can. Start fishing. This is freshwater. What's available here? Ah, yes. Hopefully we'll see. Oh, no. Bait selection. Look at the different bait you can use. Requires saltwater offshore. We'll see if we can catch that, and you wouldn't know your luck, right? You wouldn't know your luck. Cast out me reel. Out she goes. And now? Oh, wait. We got a bite. Reel it in. Reel it in. Now, this is on easy mode. Right? Pull in there now, Betsy. Oh, Jesus, this is exciting. Yes, I've caught. Nothing. I've caught nothing. Right. Let's go somewhere in the world where there's like fish. Right. Hang on a second now. I caught a stonefish. A rockfish. Hang on there now, Jemima. Come on up here, look. We'll do a bit of fishing. Out in Cork. Oh, Jesus, no, they're cliffs. Oh, a bit of Howth, sure. Fishing's big, and where's Adam Controls? He'll tell us all about it. There's loads of fishing in Howth, look. Right. Now, they're rocks as well. They'll make an absolute mess. Get down there, look. Brilliant. On the beach. Set as your departure. Shut down on the ground. Time of day. Don't turn off my telly, please. Right. 1 o'clock in the day. And let's see what happens here, right? Let's see what happens here. Go to Loch Ness and catch Nessie. Or Nessie. Nessie? It's cousin twice removed. Brilliant. The plane is in the water. It's all right. Shh, it's all right. It's all right. It's all right. Right. Now we're threshing. Look at this. Yes. Now, time of day. Make it nice and bright. Although fish don't really like the bright. Let's have a look here now. And give us some weather. I will not use atypical weather here. Because it's Ireland. It'll be like, terrible. Right? Terrible, terrible. Clear skies. Brighten up the day there. Can we get some sunshine? Jesus. Can we get some sunshine? Is that as bright as it is? Right, okay. Right, come hither, tablet. Start fishing. This is salt water. Yes. Now, what can I catch here? Evaluating the area. Fish will appear shortly. Brilliant. We can get sea trout, European sea bass. We can get pollock. We can get taupe shark. Oh, jeez, we can get all sorts. Right. Cast distance 33 meters. Bring it in there. 30 is brilliant. Cast the line. And we're fishing. Yes. This is all terribly... Oh, wait, we got a bite. Bring him in. Bring him in. Now remember, this is on easy mode, right? So it is all like terribly grand. What do we got? Oh, look. I caught a fish. Look at him. What are you? What are you? A sea trout. That is rare. We need a bit of we'll release him back into the wild. Let's point it over this direction. Cast off. Brilliant. I mean, go third person. But it looks weird. We're watching. We got a bite! We got a bite! Reel it in. Reel in the devil. Right, what are you after here now? We caught a fish. We got a European sea bass. Kick his ass, sea bass. Right? I don't know why Murphy is fishing. I know, I hate it. Release them into the wild. Now, we can also... You can totally customize this. I'm using easy mode, right? If we go into settings... How long it takes to catch a fish, keep in mind that each difficulty level has a different catch history. It can't be changed while your fishing is active, so you'll need to stop the fishing and then go off and do something else. Then you have the auto reel, and then you have different controls. Cut the line if you have to, and it even tells you how to fish. You can fish from land as long as your line lands in the water. The drop zone marker where you do land must be over water you can cast. Bait selection, difficulty settings. Right, you can be waiting for like 2 minutes for a bite, right? So if we were to say, right, give bait for salt water. We're using cut bait at the moment. Let's go with a minnow. Right, get in there now, you minnow. Cast off. Excellent. Line out, waiting for a fish. We wait. It's not like in debate. We're going to need a bigger boat. It doesn't like the bait, look. Oh wait, we got us something! Reel it in quick! Get in quick! Yes, fight! And see the way you've all this tension? If you have it in manual mode, you'll lose it. Or the diver will drag you and you have to cut the line or you'll die. Right, brilliant! Look at him coming in, Jason. We're fighting we're fighting a monster. Up. Yes! Oh, Jesus, look at him! Hang on a second! He's a shark! We got ourselves a taupe. You're not so big now with your 4 kilo shark. Look at that! Keep him! Yes! We caught ourselves a taupe shark. We caught it on Wednesday, December 17th at this location, and we used live minnow. Isn't this brilliant? Blackbird Sims are here. Crazy Colin, welcome in. There's no A12 variant, only a livery. Yeah. That's okay. So we are showing both, believe it or not.
Jesus.
That's me planned this evening, Colin. We have the Archangel, and then we have the SR-71. 2 different developers, but my aim is to show the differences, if that makes sense, and also some of the lovely POH work you see. But you're most welcome in. Good to see it. Lads, this is GoFish from Parallel 42. Parallel 42. So you get the gist of it. You can go fishing, right? And it's available right now as an add-on. GoFish $21.95, and it's available for Microsoft Flight Sim 2024. The app lives inside of your whatchamacallit, your EFB. All right? But you get the idea. It's a bit efficient. So you can all go flying and then fishing. What do you think? They've put a lot of work into it. And as I say, like, you know, you can, from the line tension, how far you can cast off to reeling it in, there's a bit of a challenge there. That was on easy, but it gives you the idea. But yeah, I think it's pretty cool. It's pretty cool. Right. We are progressing nicely. So next up on our list of things to do this evening, friends, end the flight. Am I live on TikTok? No. You caught a shark with a minnow. Listen, lads, incredible stuff, you know, incredible stuff. Now, go back into my notes here. So what we're moving on to next, we have 3 aircraft we're going to look at. And the idea here is they are from 3 separate developers, 2 very different aircraft. But this one first is going to be from KwikFlight. And as we read in the news earlier on, what we have with or from KwikFlight is specifically looking at the A12. And they do have liveries here from other stuff. Default. Let's load in the default. Right. And then we're going to show you the one from Blackbird Simulations. So there are 2 separate, they are different aircraft. They look similar, right? KHMN, is it? Yeah, let's go here. And again, the idea here is to kind of provide a bit of context or let you know about both aircraft, right? So we're going to load in here and I want to show you, and we'll go through some of the features of what these aircraft offer. So let me see, time of day, that's all grand. Clear skies, why not? Why not? So this one is from KwikFlight, and they call it the Archangel, right? And it's available over on IniBuilds, priced at about €23 plus tax, give or take. And well, some of the information we have: the key features: extreme high-speed aerodynamic, engineered for Mach 3, intercontinental cruise, adaptive afterburning engines, titanium airframe, period authentic autopilot and flight directors. The legendary supersonic reconnaissance jet of the Cold War, expertly recreated for flight simulation, this iconic aircraft combines Mach 3 speed, stealth technology, and extreme high altitude performance for an unforgettable flying experience. Step into a fully modelled cockpit with period accurate instruments, functional autopilot, nav systems and reconnaissance cameras, sleek titanium fuselage, blended delta wings, twin afterburner turboram jets, and dynamic liveries bring this Cold War legend to life. Right. So, let's go and have a look. Did you just spoil Stranger Things? Did who? Stranger Things? So what we have here, this is the Archangel from KwikFlight. So I'm going to jump in and it'll give us a better look around outside first, if we can do such a thing. So, looking at the exterior, there we go. And you're going to look at it and say, yeah, it's a Blackbird. But there are differences between this. Now, my understanding was that the A12 was a single seat. This appears to have 2 seats. So I'm unsure what the story is. Visually, what we're looking at, model looks great, texture work all on point, right? It's an instantly recognizable aircraft. We can see that we have a GPU there. We have stairs leading up into the aircraft itself, and textures by and large they're very nice here from KwikFlight. KwikFlight have made a number of really good aircraft already in the sim, and there's a nice bit of customization with this. It is an iconic aircraft no matter what way you look at it, right? Be it you want to go with Blackbird or you want to go with KwikFlight, they're both offering different interpretations, if you like, of this legendary aircraft, right? And it all depends on what it is you're looking to do. As we can see, as I said, we'll start off with the visuals, how everything looks, how it's all kind of put together. Textures are nice, modeling is nice, PBR, it's all there. Nice detail looking into the back. I mean, look, that's the loud part, right? On the fuselage and the wing surfaces, again, there's nice details here. There's nice rivets, nice reflections, and the modeling it's all on point, lads. It's all on point. Nice attention to detail here. It's very nice. It's such an iconic jet. I saw this at Duxford, and I saw it on the Intrepid years ago when I was in New York. Details in around the landing gear. Nicely done on the tires as well. Nice details there. You can see what the story is. Alright. So we're looking decent. We are looking decent. It is a most unusual aircraft, isn't it? And we have like cameras and all the divil and whatnot going on. So pretty cool, right? That's our cameras from underneath, right? No fuel leaks, not even fuel leaks. This thing leaked oil. Even the one in Duxford has something like 20 oil trays underneath it, right? So as we approach into the cockpit, you'll see there is a front and there is a rear cockpit. So they have both. They have both, right? Jay Winokur, one on price, and this being a completed product, I'm planning to go with this. Early access has worn out on me. Well, I wanted to show you guys both, so you have an understanding of where they both are, right? That's the plan here. Now, how do I change this? There we go. Get into the plane, and we'll go through some of the systems and see what it's all about, right? The fuel tanks leaked bad as well. Yeah, I think the idea was the airframe was able to stretch, and I had to get hot and all this sort of stuff. So let me see. When it comes to the KwikFlight paperwork, this is what they've worked on from a manual, okay? And we have a number of pages in here. What's my page count? 36 pages, information about what it is, how to select the aircraft, the checklists, the liveries that were included, some of the specifications of the aircraft, and its features. Its ground support mode, access to the stairs, remove before flight, GPU, and the air starts. There's no starter on these aircraft. We also have the inlet spikes, which are modelled. You can adjust those, all right? Drag chute as well, part of the braking system. Afterburner with the has that famous kind of green glow to the gadget as well. And they even have a fuel vent coming out the back as a visual effect. Explains what everything is inside the cockpit, what different things are. Basic introduction, but probably enough to get you where you need to get. You know what I mean? So with that said, we're going to start it up, have a listen to the sounds, and take off and see what happens, right? So there's no real hand holding here. If we wanted to open and close the canopy, you have a button which is actually the canopy jettison, right? That's how you open the canopy. So there's that. Looking at the aircraft interior textures, everything looks nice. It's clear, it's sharp. I've never been inside the cockpit of this aircraft, but reference photos, it looks fairly close to me. I mean, I don't see anything shouting at me going, that's completely wrong, except of course for where the canopy jettison is. My understanding was there's a handle over here. But anyway, I digress. So what we're going to do, we're currently on GPU, we will turn on the battery. And again, we also have a rear seated position, and this is showing us a camera forward facing and rear facing as well. All right. And there are some buttons you can mess around with here in the back. We can control things like interior lighting and all that sort of jazz. All right. We can move the sun visors, and they actually open out as well. The shelves open out, so they flip up. So, no particular way to start this. Let's just see what we can do. So we have a number of warning lights on our annunciator panel down here, right? Gens are offline, INS references coming on, SAS, that's all to do with our stability stuff. So let's see what happens here. We do have the air starters, and we have these 3 buttons back here. That's going to be for the ladders. That's GPU. Ladders. There go the ladders. And then we have, or we will have, the air starter units behind us. All right. Collimator, I did a few moments ago. So let's go for the air start units. Now, the startup logic to this, I'm scratching my head because it doesn't make sense, but it works. It's a way of working, right? So let's start up this machine here. So we've oxygen tanks, we'll turn on these systems. We have internal lights, console lights, all this sort of stuff. Anti-collision light can come on. What else do we have here? The inlet bypass. And then we have, these should all be set to open, I would have thought. The roller motion to open or close the inlets, they're a little bit slow on this. So we'll keep it moving here now. Come on now, Betsy. And there's also some other bits and bobs that aren't implemented on this aircraft. All right. So I'll show you what I mean by that. For instance, we can't activate any of our fuel systems. It has the igniter purge, it has some sort of a transfer, but I can't select which tank I'm using. I can visually see what tank fuel tanks I have, but I can't really select which ones I want to use. All right. So in order to start this with the air starter connected, I mean, I literally throttle forward on both and should fire up both, or you can go one by one. Right. I've both throttles bound to 1, so it'll only do 1. But you get the idea. You start one, start the other. So here's our sounds coming in. Have a listen outside. Okay, and just like that, engines are running, right? That was handy. So we'll continue on here and try and get a few other systems turned on. And make sure our annunciator panels are lighting up. It's looking for generators now, so we'll flick these guys into normal operation. And let's continue on down here just to make sure all is well in the realm. Let me see. That's all good. That's all good. Circuit breakers are modelled. So all our circuit breakers work, right? That's going to remove the GPU. You saw nothing. That's going to remove me chocks. What else do we want? Internal lights, they're all good. Thunderstorm light, leave it off. Lights go on to flash. Taxi light can come on. There's relatively no major consequence here for stuff, right? There's no major consequence. And nose wheel steering, I'll activate with that switch. That turns it on over here. And if we come off the brakes, just before we even start worrying about anything, we're now in a position to start taxiing the aircraft. All right? Does the fuel leak while parked? Well, you actually see we'll have fuel jettison out the back here now in a moment. See that fuel jettison out the back? It's like a fuel drain. So that is modelled as a visual effect. See it tripping out the back there? I mean, look how far back the nose wheel is. It's not even a nose wheel, right? So we'll continue on. Also, if you look, this is what it looks like in the back with that forward-facing camera, and of course you have the ground-facing camera as well. You'll see a lot more once we get altitude. Grizzle, good to see you, man. Hope you're well, buddy. You're very welcome. A man who needs no introduction, lads. If you're not following Grizzle, do be sure to follow Grizzle on his Twitch channel. So we're just going to taxi out here, and again you're looking at kind of rough and ready, quick and easy, no savage consequence, looks the part, sounds great, and off we go, move, right? Thank you, Scott.
Myself.
So we're just going to line ourselves up here on the runway. We're going to try and blast off and then see what happens. While we're waiting, turn on a few other switches. You'll notice that I've completely missed my turn because I was looking at something else, and this thing has the braking capacity of a Skoda. So we'll turn around here. It is all part of it. Just wanted to show you how it turns. Yes, just turn around and it looks lovely. Yes, yes. Right. Okay. Are we ready for some madness? So, according to a POH, we're looking for a speed of somewhere between 180 and 220. We shall rotate and then attempt to take off. But before we do, we're going to hold the brakes, sit outside, rev up these gadgets, and see what happens. Doing the pedal dance. We're up to 150 knots already. Jesus, easy now. She's a little bit skittish on the ground, not gonna lie. There's 200. Oopsie daisy. Positive rate, gear coming up. Outside for the gear. Takes about 7 days for them to fully retract. And that's us. We're now flying, right? We're now flying. So, what we have here, it's all about trying to keep the thing in flight. It is not maneuverable. In actual fact, when you try and roll the aircraft, she'll dip speed. It feels kind of slow and cumbersome, but it is fast. It's damn fast, and it can get to like incredible altitudes. Some of the features that we have, of course, you can see from the cameras here in front of me, but also the cameras in the back. We have forward facing and that rear facing camera. It's nice. It looks the job, right? There's nice movements, shakes, rattles and rolls from the sounds. The afterburner quality, it's nice. It has that green weird glow in it, right? Pretty cool looking. And if I were to bring down the time of day, just give you a better idea of how the afterburner looks. Kind of mad looking, right? The reflections inside are done quite nice, but also very distracting. I mean, you can see all the dials illuminate on all the glass, right? And jump back in here, well, it's not much of a problem because, well, there's no way to see out. You're looking straight ahead, right? So in terms of what we have at the aircraft, as I pitch down, and you know, things won't go terribly great. It's the flight model here. It's difficult, but not impossible. It's definitely easier to fly, right? And look, it looks great. It sounds great. I mean, it's a great add-on. This is a great aircraft from KwikFlight. Looks the part, sounds the part. There are some nice features in here, absolutely, right? But let's say you wanted something a little bit more deeper, a little bit more depth, right? Well, let's go over and have a look at Blackbird Simulations SR-71A, because that is a different kettle of fish, right? So I'm going to show you the differences. Visually, I mean, you're going to say, yeah, they're very close, Murph. Yeah, of course they are. They look very, very close, right? However, they are very different products, and hopefully I can show that to you now. Now, bear in mind, what I have here is it's a beta, right? This is a beta, so it's not in any way a finished product, right? But I just wanted to give you guys just enough information that you can say, right, I that's the one I want, or, you know, that's the one I don't want. Hopefully this helps you decide that. All right. So just give this a moment to load in. And we'll get into our positions here now. Let the machine come alive, which it has. Which now? What do I need to do? So we have a couple of things here to do, right? Before we even get into it, I want to show you some stuff. So we've gone from a manual of 36 pages from KwikFlight, right? And now I want to show you some of this, because this is very different. This is the preliminary work in progress. It's a beta build for Flightsim 2024. The first page, or the first booklet we're looking at, is 78 pages long. 78 pages. But not only that, Blackbird Simulations have dove head first into the realism of this aircraft, because they've also included a number of real world documentation, which of course, through information or freedom of information, they have been unclassified or declassified. So we're actually looking at copies of the original SR-71. Isn't this absolutely nuts? And this is one of several. This one has 248 pages. So I hope this makes sense in terms of, okay, these are very different products. Very different products. KwikFlight, almost what the name suggests, quick. It's going to get you in there, it's going to look the part, it's going to sound the part, and it's going to fly, right? And there's nice features with it. What Blackbird have done with this, or what they're moving towards with this, is something very, very different. This is a deep simulation of an SR-71, and it just screams skunkworks, because it's the type of project that Blackbird have been working on for quite some time. And when you see a developer leaning into the real world documentation, that's where they aspire to be. They want their aircraft to be able to replicate what was put down in some of the manuals here. And I love the fact that these have all been like, there's a name for that where they're blacked out and all. I love this. This is cool. This is just like, Jesus, right? Now, there is a price difference. Blackbird's almost twice the price of KwikFlight. So again, you need to figure out what the best add-on for you, you know, redacted. That's the one. The redacted. Very good. But because Blackbird are able to lean into some of the real world stuff just to provide that extra bit of understanding, it should kind of set the tone at what they're aiming for here, right? Not only that, there's a feature that Blackbird have put in here, and it uses voices for checklists and, you know, getting things up and running. And they're from operators of course, the SR-71. So we'll get into all that in a moment. You'll get an idea of the introduction here. And Blackbird Simulations are, I mean, they're not holding any punches here. They're telling you, this is not pick it up and let's go fly straight away. This thing demands your attention. It demands a lot of concentration. This requires a lot of skill and understanding to be able to fly this thing correctly. That's what they're going for here. That's what this product is. It's systems depth. It's historically depth, right, or deep. So the set of notes and instructions to help you in testing the aircraft during a beta phase of development. All the aircraft's essential flight systems are in place, right? And they're telling us what is available, what isn't available, what they're working towards, right? The SR-71 is roughly the size and weight of a DC-9 airliner, but it has the maximum airspeed of a P-51 Mustang, with far tighter G limits than the Mustang. It doesn't stall. You are either within the flight envelope or you are not. If you are not, the only recovery is the ejection seat handle. And as I say, Blackbird don't hold the punches. You're either in its flight envelope or you're not. You're gone. Good luck. Game over. Ball burst. I'm off to play SimCity. Right? The overall commitment to authenticity, every detail of the normal and abnormal procedures in the official published aircraft manual will apply to our sim with 100% accuracy in every case where this is even remotely possible. So right? With that in mind, it's important that everything be done by the book during the testing process. The SR-71, a very procedure-driven aircraft, with non-compliance having undesirable results. We need to make sure that the indications we are seeing and experiencing are accurate, and the only way to do that is through copious manual references. There are quite a few handy charts for cross-checking spike position, CIT readings, onwards and onwards. A few unique features of this aircraft. The simulation does some things that we have likely not encountered in a simulated airplane. And Blackbird actually go to say this is very probable to frustrate you as a pilot as you learn it. I've never seen that come from an aircraft dev before. It's usually like, come on, anyone can fly it. Sure, you know, Shep the dog can fly it. It's easy. They're warning you. This is not going to be easy. In fact, this could frustrate you, right? We're not talking about regular mundane failures. We're talking about the fly this aircraft right or you won't be flying it anymore type of failures. All right? So it's pretty cool. How to learn and fly it. Make no mistake, this is a complicated airplane, probably more so than anything you've attempted to learn or fly before. Fully aware of this, we'll try to gently help newcomers to the aircraft to find their way around. Of course, it is possible to read the 900-page Lockheed flight manual front to back, cover to cover, and read up on almost every SR-71 book you can find. This is certainly an intimidating and drawn-out affair. By the end of it, you do really gain a respect for the aircraft as well as the deep understanding of the underlying systems and why the systems work like they do. While this is the most thorough way of learning the aircraft, it's also the most time-intensive and rigorous, and one that will only be undertaken by the most die-hard of Blackbird enthusiasts. A simpler way is to learn as you go. Study the checklist provided in the document, take the aircraft up on short flights with all the consequences turned off. This way you are protected from much of what you don't know, and you're able to truly experience flying the aircraft without being terrified of exceeding the angle of attack or airspeed limitations. All right. In general, we're not expecting you to become an expert on every subsystem of the aircraft, or even be able to recite performance numbers in your sleep, but just to be proficient in the areas that you are testing. When in doubt, consult the Lockheed manual, included in the documents folder of your installation. Right? So hopefully this paints a very clear picture. So, with that said, and bearing in mind, this is a beta, so it's not subject to what will be released when they plan to release it very soon. But it's just to give you an idea. All right. So here we are in the cockpit, and you can kind of see, well, the layout is a little bit different. Let us look at the exterior, right? And I don't have any external stuff turned on here at the moment. We will, but I just want to give you just the comparison of how things are put together in terms of the texture work, the detailing, and so on and so on. Like that's kind of where it's at. If we look at the fuselage again, get out of the thing. The textures on this are phenomenal. The modeling work with rivets, right? It's done very, very well. We'll duck on under, have a look at the wheels. So we're looking at the tires. We're looking up onto the gear strut, into the gear bay, right? Tons of information, or tons of detailing, sorry. If we ramble over here, that's where our camera is, see? I think. Looks like a camera, right? Up on top of the fuselage, just to look at some of the details here. So they're two very different products, right? But I think they're doing two very different things. Two very different things, right? And of course, this includes front and rear. All right. And the modelling, it's top notch. Like, it's done very, very well. Look at your man. Look at all the gear. That was the flight suit they wore, right? That was the flight suit. So looks very, very good indeed. And the textures on the outside, they're just as good as on the inside. With this particular build, it's like the cockpit takes it like a split second or two to load in. You'll see this kind of delay and then it's there. Not quite sure, right? Contains front, but you can't get in the rear, unfortunately. Yeah, from what you can see, like, it is there, but I've no way of kind of getting into it. So yeah, but all our work is going to be done from up here. So what do we have? Well, the layout in here, let's change the time of day so you can hopefully see things a little bit better. The layout of what we have in here, well, we have a clipboard, number one. And in here, we can go in and have a look at some of the settings. And this is going to say, well, look, how do you want to start on the ramp? The ground equipment, do you want that to be attached when you start? Realism, beginner. Frequency of failures, do you want it on realistic or not? Right? And so on and so on. How to handle nose wheel steering, difficulty air-to-air refueling. There's another... you know, air-to-air refueling is a thing possible with this aircraft, and that can be loaded in as a mission. When it comes to navigation, we can even toggle in a GNS 430 if we want. Select a primary nav system, tablet visibility on startup, transponder code if we want. Dare fly this on VATSIM, and then your mission plan can be loaded into the in-game EFB. So just a couple of options in the little EFB, as it were. All right? All right. So at the moment, Flying for Dummies, I love this. Right? Brilliant. By Blackbird Dutch, right? So what I want to do, I want to close the canopy, all right? Because check this out. I now want to activate some stuff. If I click on the right mirror over here, it's almost like flow. Now she's dead at the minute. If I turn on the battery, right? Battery's on. Now I have this little wheel, and I can do some stuff with this wheel. This is pretty cool, right? So ground services, and with the ground services, I can, you know, connect the starter carts, go back, ground services, I can place the chocks, I can place the ladders, I can open the canopy. And if you look outside the aircraft now, well, look, all our stuff is here. Bar the starter carts and so on. Right? So let me see, why didn't they show up? Start carts? Could be a bug. Disconnect or remove. Okay, that's a new issue. Aircraft configuration, cold and dark, set fuel. Oh, we'll go £65,000. Why not? Disconnect the start carts. They should have. I can hear them. They should have loaded in. That could be an issue. Again, it's a beta. It's not released yet. So if you do have problems, you know, kind of strange bug there. Yeah, we'll restart it. I think I found a bug. Let's see what happens this time. Because when you click that, you get your starter carts out the back, right? We'll have a quick look here.
Oh, Jesus.
Oh, Jesus. Right, we'll hop in and try all that again. So, let me see. Battery on. Close down the canopy, and let's see, can we appear this stuff now? Press this button. Connect the start. Do. Okay, it's not working now, but it should. You'll see two big starting carts out the back. Right? Question is, just curious, how many months or longer until it will be complete? I'm not quite sure. Start engines. But we can't do that yet because we don't have the start carts, but they're there, they're just not being displayed. Maybe it's a bug. All right, what else can we do? Maintenance request. Right, you can get into a whole load of stuff, repair bulbs, open the hangar, replenish CO2. So there's already systems in here, right? Your tanker. But this is where the thing gets interesting. Texas 1 Flyboy, thank you very much indeed, buddy. Jesus. Tier 1, 43 months. Cheers, buddy. What a legend. Have a listen to this. So, ready to start. These are the RSO callouts. Have a listen to this.
Walt, are you there?
I'm here, ready to start.
Okay.
Interphone check.
Check.
Hello there.
Bailout light.
So we have to go down and fix the bailout light. Callum, welcome in.
Fuel quantity gauge, check.
And I think I need to skip that one.
Looks good.
Center of gravity, check.
CGI's good.
Check's good back here. Compute's good. Oxygen supply switches.
Oxygen is good.
Exterior lights.
On.
Brakes.
Feel good. Okay, ready to start.
So you have this interactive checklist and it'll beep and just say, hey, you're actually forgetting of something. And the pilot's voices or the officer's voices you're hearing they're the real deal, right? They are the real deal. So we have one for Brian Shull and the other gentleman. Where is it now? Bum, 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 bum. Right now. Hold. Brian Shull and Walt. So from the moment you ignite the engines, you'll feel the ram power or the raw power, right? And we have information here now. So Brian and Walt. Blackbird were honoured to be able to sit down with both Walt and Brian to record and discuss not only some of the most famous SR-71 anecdotes ever told, but also to record several hours of voice communications between a real pilot and his RSO, which we've then used in the simulator for all phases of flight. Our discussions with these two distinguished gentlemen have helped shape our vision for the SR-71, and we hope they've done them proud. Walter Watson, thank you, Mr. Dan. Pretty cool, right? So next up is going to be the engine start, right? So let's go back here. Ready to start engines. So let's start this checklist.
Okay, Walter, I'm ready to start.
I'm ready to start engine.
Okay, so what we're going to do, we're going to go to start engines. Yep, there you divil it. And I'm hoping those air starters are connected. Start engines, and let's rotate number 2. Number 2 coming up. Let's go for number 1. Rotation. You see the EGT rise? Some sounds in there.
Counter checked.
Check.
Generator switches.
Generators. Left and right.
Looking good, normal.
Best tie caution light.
Best tie okay?
Off. Okay, am I disconnecting there? External power coming out.
And that's the end of that.
That's the end of it.
All right, so let's go back to our annunciator panel. Let's have a quick look. So it's telling me that the pitot heat is off, turn on. We have the canopy is unsafe. Come over to the actual canopy lever, and we have the canopy seal, which is here. That's now locked. SAS is off. Go ahead and turn this guy on. That should be now activated. APW and our Bay Air. Trim power comes on. Let's have a look here now. Anti-skid. Bay Air on. Taxi light on. APW and ANS reference. APW. We need to find the gadget with the thing. Cy Murray, thank you very much indeed. Cheers, buddy. Refigs are on. APW is now on. An ANS reference. ANS reference. Where did this gadget live? The ANS gadget. Manual fuel transfer. TACAN. Let's see now. ANS reference doesn't even know flight plan logged. Or is it? Ah, okay, right, okay. Start engines before the runway, before taxi.
Okay, log radio taxi.
Flight instruments check.
Flight instruments are good. Check.
Canopy seals.
Checked.
Mine is down locked.
TDI check.
Now, TDI. TDI, Murph. Oh, if I was a TDI, balls. Where's this gadget? He should be on. TDI, lads. TDI check. Surface limit, no. Air refuel, no. So you want to recycle the SAS, then it should sort it. That's cool with the lights in it, isn't it? The button to the left and the black squares. Do they pop out themselves? Yeah. Okay, so they should pop out themselves, yeah? SP10 is grand.
Good.
I'm ready to taxi.
Alright, ready to taxi. Alright. Remove chocks, test the brakes.
Okay, brakes are good, steering's on.
Alright. So you get the idea, right? Pretty mad. So, bit of power, let's taxi. Just a different kettle of fish, this one, lads, isn't it? It has no parking brake. The sounds as well, it's impressive. Cyrus T, good to see you, buddy. Isn't this some machine? Right. So I want to show you the afterburner effect on this one. So we're going to hold the brakes as best we can. Right, so let's see what happens if we don't make a terrible mistake. Power coming in. It's going to scream at me for sure. Let's see what happens, right? Off the brakes. Let us go to that place that we need to. There's also a click spot here when you're doing air-to-air refueling. You can disappear that entire center. And see the lines here? It actually aligns with the tanker as well. Very fancy. Alright, there's 150. He's back in her stick. Upsy daisy. Gear up. Isn't it mad looking? So when they say you're either in the flight envelope or you're not, they weren't messing, right? They absolutely weren't messing. We got a big caution light on. What's that not liking? Surface limiter. Good luck to you. But as she moves and turns, and even at low speed, it's like, oh man. Before you know it, we're going to break through this sound barrier. Isn't it mad looking though, isn't it? Thunderbirds, yeah. Okay, it's giving out about all amounts of things. We're probably going to die a terrible death. But sure, listen, we're about to hit Mach 1, so we'll say nothing for the minute. Did you go up the thing? He's now. I tend to be 50% up band. If we've just broken the sound barrier. Don't forget to fly it inverted. Like, mind your ears now, right? How fast is the fuel disappearing? You couldn't even keep count of it. She's just training away. So hopefully this has given you a introduction of what both products are. The KwikFlight Archangel and Blackbird Simulations SR-71. They both look the part. One focusing on jump in, go fly, nice features, great sounds, looks great. The other, jump in, read the manual, jump out, have a bath. Read the manual in the bath, go to bed. Get up the next morning, read the manual, and then put the manual down for a week. Take another week's holiday, come back and read the manual, and then turn on the battery switch. Then get out of the plane and read the manual again. Like they're very much going, and this is where you can see the passion of this project. They want this thing to be as close to such a mesmerizing aircraft. When you think about it, I mean, look at it, right? Like an absolutely stunning machine. How this thing ever flew, nobody really knows. But both options are there. Hopefully, you know, I've done my job showing you what can you expect from each add-on. If you're more towards, you know, joining as part of a beta, because that's what this aircraft currently is. The circuit breakers don't work. Some of the things aren't fully functioning yet. That's where Blackbird are at, but their aim is to make this thing as close as they can possibly get it. KwikFlight definitely has the polish. It's ready to rock outside the gate right now. It's more forgiving. Still a difficult aircraft to fly. I mean, I struggled. You want to see landing? These don't land, right? So there's an element of that with them as well. So hopefully, you know, this is how to make a decision either or. I think both are excellent. I love the features that both have. I'm afraid of this thing, but in a good way, because when you see, you know, this sort of stuff, when you see this sort of information available to us as flight simmers, with the redacted official documents, I mean, that's awesome, man. I mean, we geek out over this stuff, don't we? We love seeing this sort of stuff. You want to learn everything about this aircraft, because you'll start taking this with you going, oh, hang on, didn't I do that in this aircraft? Like, I find that fascinating, do you know? So, yeah. Hope you enjoyed that one, lads. We must move on to our final showcase of this evening. It's been a busy night. We've covered quite a lot of ground. My thanks to Blackbird Simulations for you know, giving me the opportunity to show this. I saw Jonathan Beckett fly it. How he flew it, I don't know, but he was having a lot of fun with it, and he did better than I. But yeah, it's going to be interesting to see it when it releases for sure. The next aircraft we're looking at, a brand new release. It is that of a Eurofighter Typhoon from IndiaFoxtEcho. Just to give you an idea, the aircraft, they've managed to put in the liveries of all the operators. We have a ton of liveries with this aircraft, tons of them, including the one they painted up in the you know, the RAF invasion stripes and all that. Pretty cool. We're just going for a basic model here. I'll probably go back to the same airport because it's a nice, lovely big runway and I don't need to worry about things. Now, with the Eurofighter and, you know, IndiaFoxtEcho, you know, the F-14, the Tonka is in there. I mean, they've made some absolutely dazzling aircraft, right? The Typhoon is well, it's a touch of class, isn't it? It's a touch of class. So what I'm going to do, we also have a manual from IndiaFoxtEcho. I just need to sort it. And what we have here, we have 164 pages, lads. 164 pages. So we're going to let everything load in, right? We'll walk back here a little bit. I mean, look at the absolute hack of this thing, right? But I want to show you briefly just the... I have a mouse. The manual, right? So, come on over here, Julia. You can do it. There we go. So, IndiaFoxtEcho's manual, 164 pages, right? Jay Winokur, yes. So, the initial release, there's quite a lot of information in this. In actual fact, the depth of systems they've put into this aircraft is incredible. It's nothing that I was like, what? They went to that length. They've done a lot of great work on this machine. The cockpit layout, they explain all the systems, the subsystems, why they work, how they work. And just to give you an idea, as I fire down through all of these pages, right, it gives you a full brief of what everything is. And I think this is amazing. Steering symbology. The heading ribbon comprises a 5-dot scale that moves against a fixed lubber line. Each dot represents a 5 increment with a heading or with heading digits displayed every 10. Really go into depth here, right? And that's just for the heads-up display, right? Then you can get into the power plant. Then you get into the systems. And for this aircraft, there are systems on top of systems on top of systems. I'm no way proficient at all, nor was I with the SR-71 or the Archangel. All the aircraft we're showing tonight require a little bit of sit down now, do a bit of reading, you know, reach out to community members, see if you can do a couple of joint flights with them. You know, it even has forward-facing, like, you know, forward-looking infrared, right? There's some pretty cool stuff with this aircraft. I picked this one up over on... Where did I buy this? I think it was Sim Market or Just Flight. I can't remember. price wise, it's what was it? It's in around $40, isn't it? No, it's around 30. It's around 30, right? So that's the manual that comes with this aircraft, and there's lots and lots and lots. You've been bedtime reading for ages, right? So what I'm going to do, we're going to jump into the aircraft and then drone camera outside, just to give you an idea of the textures and how it looks and all the jazz, right? So, well, let's go exploring. So it comes with a number of different liveries, as we've said. The modeling on this thing is absolutely stunning. I think they've absolutely nailed the modeling, along with the texture work here as well, lads. It's bloody beautiful is what they've done, right? And they've really captured, I think, how these things look. I've seen a couple of these up close over the, you know, it's where was the last one? I mean, in the UK, they're a huge airplane. You wouldn't think it, but they're like that's roughly my height. What a bit, that's roughly my height to this. I couldn't see over the wing, right? But yeah, pretty cool, and you can see the detailing here. Look, just to get a right, lots and lots of detail. It's gorgeous, absolutely gorgeous. Great detail on the landing gear. You see the lights, lovely lights there. Tires, of course, everything going up, connecting in on the underside of the aircraft. And you're probably wondering, Murph, all these munition stores, what are you doing with them? Well, we'll have a look here now in a moment, right? So, very good. The Typhoon tin harkens back at the World War II Typhoon. It does. It's just mad. So, well, let's go inside and get some power in. I'm going to remove all remove before flight. I'm unsure, is it a Shift C operation? No, it's not. So that'll all come naturally here now in a moment. So let's look around here. So again, textures on the inside is as good as the outside. Everything looks on point here, right? Bring those throttles back. So let me see. I haven't a clue how to fly this, but sure. Oh Jesus, we'll find out now in a second. Battery coming on. Go ahead and get some power in here as well. I'm just going to press random buttons. So what's the worst that can happen? Like, it'll explode. The battery guard I don't think will stay. APU, we want to open you and close you. We want to open you and close you. Right? APU fire. APU is coming alive, and we can see already some of our dials and systems are coming alive. Right? While we're waiting for the APU, we do have some nav lights. We have our ECS, which is your air effectively. RAM air, ECS, other lights here. Lights, more lights. That's looking good. Gearboxes. I'm having an issue with the gearbox switch. Park and brake is down there. What else do we have here now? Taxi light. Flight controls. So when we start looking at our menus, see all this? Your seat pin and your canopy pin. All right. Well, I could just click here, or I can go looking for them in the actual locations, but I like the way you could just click the homes for them. We want this guy to be in the up position. She's not happy with me demissed her, so demissed auto. So it's almost like your ECAS, right? Suit temperature, weapons live, seat, park and brake, suit temperature, you say? Suit temperature, turn it on. Mass, having a clue. Anti-collision lights. Exterior lights. Daylight. Anti-collision lights on. Formation lights are on. Anti-flash, nose wheel steering, and starter engines. All right. Over on the right side, we're going to go to the stores page. So on the stores page, this is where we can change the configuration of our armaments. So I'm going to change this around. And we'll go for quick reaction. We'll go with a fuel tank, and we'll go with 2 missiles. We're going to accept that. And if we look outside, oh, Corrupt Cow, welcome in, buddy. Thank you so much indeed for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Happy Wednesday. We're here checking out the Eurofighter Typhoon by IndiaFoxtEcho. An absolute machine. Emotion, lads. But you're very welcome in. Hope you had a great stream, and sure, pull up an L seat. So as you can see, we've just added in some armaments and fuel and a fuel tank to the aircraft, right? Master armament safety switch. Is that what it is? So is that this guy? Weapons live, train. Safe. Is that what it means? Something's open though. I imagine that's the canopy. Close the canopy. We also have a ladder we can extend from here, look. Right, see the ladder? Ah, deadly. Got a little ladder there. Right, that's it. That's the showcase over. I've showed the ladder and that's all you need to see. Mast to the right, Murph, the orange and white dial. Mast to the right. Mast is to the right. Flip twice to live. Okay, I'll slow down and we'll see what happens. It's the orange and white dial. Between the battery... This guy. Excellent. Thank you very much indeed. Okay, so next up is going to be an engine start, which my understanding is push these guys forward. We're going to the engine page. And we should have fuel flow and engine rotation firing up. If we do. We have sounds. Oh, we have sounds. The sounds are good. Okay, so that's the left. We want the right side next. Right side coming live. Nose wheel steering, that'll be our flight controls. Give that a moment. Parking brake is still set. Engine's coming up. The APU, we'll fire that off. I think it's an automatic turn off with the second engine, I think. You've seen enough, sold. It's an expensive night tonight, lads. What can I tell you? Between what we've seen from Parallel 42,
Center tank empty.
Parallel 42, SoFly, Blackbird Simulations, KwikFlight in association with IniBuilds, and now IndiaFoxtEcho. And Orbx with the Papua New Guinea stuff. It's an expensive night, I'm not going to lie. Is the hood green seen from the outside? Negative. Alright. Nose wheel steering. We're going to click on this flight control. Nose wheel steering is good. Parking brake is on. Quick flight control test. Let's talk to Jemima here about... We're not going fishing. Go back. Flight performance. Fuel. Top her up. Load in the aircraft. Alright. Parking brake off. Bit of power. APU should be off, which it is. And let's see what happens here, right? Now I want to show you two deadly things. Number one, check this out. Our fuel probe it's like Transformers look, right? But now, let me show you something else that I've been well gel of Colonel Fort for the last couple of days. Are you ready? We have night vision built into the aircraft, which is native in Flightsim 2024. IndiaFoxtEcho have this enabled. And that'll follow your head tracking, or indeed, if you want to go outside the aircraft, full night vision native in the sim. That's available to any aircraft now. Microsoft Flight Sim popped that in there with Sim Update 4. It's up to aircraft developers to start adopting this, right? So I have it set to a button bind. And you can activate it or deactivate it. Isn't that absolutely deadly? And see the lights in this thing as well? Isn't this like so cool? Look at that, man. So we have sufficient light in here. However, if we did want to opt for night vision, look at the terrain when we look at it. Isn't it incredible? It's absolutely brilliant. So that's a feature now native in the sim, right? But it isn't teal. No, it's not teal. I suspect there'll be a mod. Right, let's continue. And let's see what happens. Let's taxi on out. Controlling on the ground is comfortable, it's responsive, it's what you'd expect, right? It sounds incredible. Cyrus is like, we'll have to see about that. I mean, look at the detail, the texture there from the APU, look. See the burned, look? The exhaust fume. Do you want to check the speed brake? Dirty board. The dirty... I can't say it, Cyrus. The dirty hole on the... No, we won't say it. We won't say it. We mustn't say it's a dirty hole. Right. Taxi into position. What, Jesus? Yes, looking terribly nice. Now, I don't think this thing will hold us on a full afterburner blast, but we'll see what happens, right? You get tire screech if you go kind of, right? Right. The brakes don't hold. Afterburners. Surprised we didn't get visual effects. Interesting, very interesting. Alright, so as we kind of calm the owl jets down a little bit, you'll see from like the sheer amount of systems that we have with this aircraft as well. I mean, we can go in and really change pretty much everything, do you know? Wish they could do something with the afterburner, but they've made multiple statements about why they use the model they do. I will say, yeah, I mean, okay, our speed is quite fast. What are we, 0.87? I mean, it's it handles so well. Like, so well. And then some of the visual effects, right? If we have a look at some of the vapor trails coming off her. Try and get a better angle for you. Like there's some nice visual effects coming off the aircraft. Sounds are great, man. There's a bit of a roar there. Listen to it. Put it up with this last night. You want to see the burners at night time? Want to see the burners at night time with like night vision? Isn't that nuts looking? Easy now. Mind your ears. Jesus, we'll have to do that again. Did you hear it? Mind your ears now, lads. Yeah, baby, this is savage, isn't it? That's my new alarm clock and phone ringer and, you know, the horn on the Skoda. Brilliant. Brilliant. Yeah, we'll do it again. It has to be done again. Sorry, lads, but like, do you know, this is all we're doing for the rest of the night. Are we ready? Man, this sounds Jesus. Fly with the burners? Are you mad? Yes, yes, we can. We'll probably hit a sonic boom, though. Hang on. Right, so you want the burners on. Burners on. It took us 11 seconds to cross the Atlantic. Colonel Fork is here. Look at the time and good to see you, man. Jesus, 65 months. That's a lot of months. Thank you very much indeed, Colonel Fork. Hope you're well, man. Ah, yes. It's all peaceful and quiet and nothing to worry about. Let me see. Iddy, welcome in. Yes. Be mindful of the bang. You ready? Shh. Ah, sure, listen, isn't it only very good? Right? Oh dear, really? Aviate, navigate, communicate. You're very welcome in. Thank you for the follow. All right, speed right back. Speed brake out. And just have a look at the gear animations. Lovely. It's very, very nice, isn't it? It is beautiful. They've done a great job here. They really have. So this is the IndiaFoxtEcho Eurofighter 2000 Typhoon, available right now, lads. So yeah, I hope this has been helpful, providing you with the information that you might need if you want to go off and buy one of these, which is great crack altogether. Do you know, what was the other thing I was to cover? Hang on now. Okay, so clarification coming back. Thank you, Fox. In relation to our typical weather, so you know the way I said you were wrong and I was right? You were right and I was wrong, right? So basically, now the numbers are working. See the way we have a number beside this? So if I'm flying in fair weather and it's number 1, if I click it again, it'll give me a different preset number. So if I say, right lads, we're flying with typical weather from SoFly, we're using atypical weather, and I'm on fair profile 2. Well, if you keep clicking until you get to profile 2, you will have the exact same weather as I do, which is great for syncing the weather in a multiplayer flight, right? So a quick recap also while we're here, we'll fire up SoFly's AeroTone, right? Because we can actually include additional sounds for our aircraft, right? So if we have a listen to say, right, aircraft movement, flight deck, cabin, pilots, wind effects, we'll turn that on, right? So listen to this, flight deck wind, right? Do you hear that difference? Listen. As it's turned off, it's now turned off. It takes a few moments to, right? So that's it turned off. We turn it on. Hear that? Right? We'll also go to aircraft movement, and we're gonna select what the aircraft is. We are in a fighter. Do you hear those sounds? Oh my god, you hear those sounds? They're excellent. So this is default sounds. Let's turn this stuff on. Listen. Deadly. That's very good. Let's try the gear, because you're gonna hear the gear drag. Man, that sounds really good. Just to put things into perspective, right? Oh, Jesus, speed her up.
Speed low, recover.
Yeah, no. Shh, grand. Do you hear that rumble now? We're at 47,000 freaking feet, look. Jesus. So using SoFly, AeroTone, have a listen. If I turn it off, you'll hear the difference, right? It's now off. We turn it back on. Wind effects. Have a listen to this. 19 sounds.
Transonic, transonic.
We Janie then, we're gone transonic. This will wake up in the morning. Ah, that's dead, isn't it? Keep the noise down. Oh, Jesus, sorry. That's pretty cool. All the rattles and rollings. I know, it's pretty cool, lads. I'm well impressed. It's been a night of cool things to look at. It really has. Load us in there now, hey, with an out storm. Because flying these jets in storms are just about the most fun you'll have fully clothed, right? A lot of really good add-ons in time for Christmas, dude. Absolutely, man. Absolutely. Wow, look at this storm brewing. That's friggin' nuts. That's absolutely deadly. Alright, so that'll stay there or we can disappear it, right? Yes, that works. Hello, Flo. Oh, London controller, welcome in, buddy. Do you see the state of this? Look. We have native night vision in the sim. Did you know that?
Hello there. Hello there. Hello there.
Oh, Jesus.
Hello there. Hello there.
In all honesty though, like, isn't it only like, Jesus, have you ever seen anything like it? A very good evening, London controller, Jamie, hope you're well made. Welcome in, lads. So, what they've added in Sim Update 4 is this native night vision. It's actually built into the sim. Asobo put it in there. But it's up to aircraft developers to adopt it, right? So, what we have here, I mean, you know, Flow Pro is out for Flightsim 24, just in case you've missed it. Oh, be the Jesus. Jamie, thank you very much indeed for the resub, buddy. 32 months. Epic. Get rid of the afterburner for a second, right? And what I'm saying is, and you need to stay here for another 2 minutes just for the sounds. You have this night vision mode, which is part of the sim, right? And it's up to aircraft developers now to pop it in there. So all you need to do, go into your options, go into like your control options, keyboard or whatever, and just type in night vision or night. It'll come up and you'll see what you can do. So you can activate it or deactivate it, whatever you want. And that's the external. Obviously, the whole screen lights up. Or if you're inside in the cockpit and you use something like head tracking or whatever, it does the same. But it's up to aircraft developers to enable this, if you know what I mean, right? So that's the first thing. But check out the other thing. This is the Eurofighter from IndiaFoxtEcho, and it's, oh man, it's good, right? But have a listen to this. This is ridiculous, right? How do I change this now? I'm after breaking it. You have to listen to these sounds, lads. They are frightening, right? Come back up here now for a second. Wait till you hear this. I better slow down, actually, because you won't hear the engines too well. What are we doing? Mach what? Oh, Jesus. Mach 1.2. You're ready. Turn up your speakers now, right? Someone dropped the kitchen plates. Right, we dropped out of Mach. And this should be fairly okay. Now mind your ears, right? But this is absolutely nuts. He's ready now. Oh, Jesus. Isn't it ridiculous, isn't it? You'll never go outside again. It's nuts. It's nuts. So this is from IndiaFoxtEcho. We checked out tonight the Archangel, the SR-71, this, and a plethora of other stuff from Parallel 42, including fishing. You can go fishing now in the sim. It's brilliant. Alistair, welcome in. Nano Kitty, welcome in. Cheers to the follows. Yeah, it's mad, Norbert, isn't it? It's just mad, lads. It's mad. I can't believe still no flyby cam. Oh, right. Well, there is, but like it's such a faff to get it in there, right? Do I have a link for the Eufy? Lusty, what do you mean? I feel like I'm back at Oshkosh. Yeah, it's nuts, isn't it? So like the UI Jesus. The UI thing, if you haven't seen it before, lads, this is Flow Pro from Parallel 42. Effectively what it does, it replaces, like, you can turn this stuff off up the top, you know, the toolbar at the top, which can like just ruin you. With Flow, a single button, you have access to everything that you need and more. You have multiple, you just move your mouse wheel, it goes to the next page and so on, so on. But Jamie, thank you very much indeed, buddy. We'll catch you at some stage tomorrow, I'm sure. And thanks again for the raid, mate. Really appreciate it, for bringing your guys over. Hope you had a great stream. Anthony V, good evening. Yeah, the Eurofly, or the Eurofighter 2000 is on Just Flight. Yes. So it's called Flow Pro from Parallel 42. It's excellent. I mean, we had it in Flightsim 2020. They've upgraded it now for Flightsim 2024. It's missing a couple of options of getting in and out with the sim. But like, for example, you can change your time of day and just look how much control you have with the time of day. I mean, you can really pinpoint it, or if you want to lock in live time, it's dead handy, right? Or we have this dashboard that's available over on our website, twotonemurphy.com. You get on flightsim.to. It's like the Garmin. Do you ever see the Garmin kind of wheel? One of our guys, Rambog Mord, he made this, and it tracks your speed, nearest airport, you know, what multiplayer server you're on, right? Deep Dish, welcome in, buddy. So that's the wheel. Your normal weather stuff, GSX if you're using GSX. And basically, they're just like shortcuts to any buttons you'd use. I mean, you can set up radio frequencies, you can show different camera speeds, open and close doors, change your multiplayer server, and so on. Right? There's a barrel load of stuff there. Check out, I have a video on the YouTube channel of Flow. It's much the same. It's very, very good though. Hey, Drummer, good to see you, bud. Welcome in, man. But yeah, it's been a busy night for sure. We're on a couple of hours. You're all very good for joining us with the raid. It's been a mad week for Flight Sim and lads. There's an absolute barrel load of stuff. I mean, you have the Typhoon, you have the SR-71 releasing this week. The Archangel is now out. We've the updates coming, of course, from the MD-11 tomorrow. PMDG are due to release their 737NG tomorrow. Parallel 42 also released Typical Weather, which is an interesting take. It's rather than having hundreds of different weather presets, this does it all. It also has what's called Typical Weather, where it'll load in typical weather for the region, the time of day, and like the time of year, and that's based on like thousands of data points. And you can load that in. Plus, you can revert to live if you wish. We also have the new sounds from AeroTone. That's from SoFly. We're checking that out tonight. It's similar to FS Realistic, but the sounds on this have been crafted by Echo 19, and they are some badass sounds. Really, really good. How does the turbulence sound? We'll give it a shot. What's the best military plane to fly? Stadoro, this is pretty good, man. The sounds on this are excellent. The E-Jets...
Transonic.
The E-Jets are getting an update as well. Nice. They're not really there, Roy. There's a little shake every now and again. Clipped out Panda, good to see it. I've just flown this for 2 hours solid. Yeah, dude, it's so good, isn't it? This is so good, man. It's a great jet. And it sounds great, it looks great. Just tons of systems in this, lads. Tons of stuff. It's done really, really well. And look, I mean, look at the state of that. I mean, for crying out loud, would you look at this state? There's no sounds because we've like broken the sound barrier. Wait till you hear it from over here, look. It's just nuts. Do I use Rex Atmos? No. No, so this is using Parallel 42's Typical Weather. What navigation options are there?
Transonic.
So we have ILS, there's TACAN down here as well. There's FLIR. Look at that, man. Front looking infrared, that's ridiculous, and it works as well, right? What else do we have? So we can go HSI, mag true, nav or TAC. So it has TACAN as well. So there's a bit, man, there's a bit. And I imagine there's VOR in this, right? Display change. Ground, air-to-air landing. Like, there's a lot of stuff for different frequencies that we have here as well, so... yeah, it's pretty cool. GPS to track as well. Oh, nice. Caleb, good to see you. This is from IndiaFoxtEcho. You know, they brought out the Tornado, the F-14, and now this, and this is brilliant. It's very good, lads. This is an excellent jet. If you're not into your fast jets, and like, I mean, you know, what do they call it? Quick response, QRF in the UK. They use these. If you were going to pick up a jet just to have the giggles, like booting it around the place, QRA, quick response. I would recommend this one. It's really good. It's awesome. There's depth to it. It looks great. It flies great, and the sounds are absolutely top notch. Like ridiculous sounds, right? They're awesome. Absolutely awesome. It's released. It's available right now. It's about $30. You can pick it up from Just Flight, and yeah, go grab it, man. It's really, really good. It's beautiful. But everything we checked out tonight, I mean, also Blackbird's SR-71, KwikFlight's Archangel, savage, absolutely savage, excellent aircraft. And as I said, for the last bit, if you're so inclined, Parallel 42 released GoFish, where you can literally go fishing in the sim. Does it come with the Murph Air Racing commentary? Just make it yourself, Jim. Every time you turn, just start shouting, you know. Murph, how would you grade AeroTone? I really like it. I think the sounds are excellent. It would be a hard sell if you already have FS Realistic, right? Because there's a lot of similarities. FS Realistic will add in things like camera shake and whatnot. I like AeroTone because it's very much set it, forget it. I'm not worried about, well, anything. It's just, I don't particularly want things moving me head and all this sort of stuff. When you're using turbulence, yeah, that's fine. But ordinarily, I just want to keep your head straight. Because if you're interacting with buttons and all the stuff, you know what I mean? So, I like it. The UI is gorgeous. It's very tidy. I mean, it just switch to avatar to start fishing. Brilliant. I like the UI, and it just seems to work. And I like the sounds of it. Yeah, my fuel is shagged. Yeah. There goes the fuel. But this is AeroTone or AeroTone. Sound out, Murph. And you can really hear the difference, right? If I turn them off, give it a moment. Have you noticed that? So I'll turn it up and turn these back on. Have a listen. You hear that extra bit of rumble and wind and whatever else. But again, you know, if you have something like, there's an engine gone. If you have FS Realistic, it could be a hard push. But I like it. I really like it. One flyer, I have a relation in England. They said a couple of months ago they heard a typhoon passing the house. No way. No way. I've just to get used to the different screen menus versus CJ's. Yeah, 100%, Panda, 100%. This
override, FCS 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 override.
What if we just put it into a spin?
Override, FCS override.
Okay, she's not happy about us. Yeah, we're going to die. Right, but yeah, you can shut that stuff down in FS Realistic. Yeah, we can do the same here as well. You know, not like me to be getting shouted at. Absolutely. I don't know why she's so angry, but yeah, no, I'm very impressed with all this kind of stuff, and it's been a very busy. It has been busy tonight, but I want to thank you all so very much indeed for tuning in. As I say, we've no news stream next week, right? Only because it's Christmas, but we will be back on New Year's Eve. No doubt, for a bit of newsage. We covered a lot of ground tonight. Don't forget the updates from SayIntentions, and keep your eye out tomorrow for the brand new checklists that they're going to make available for the 737. A shout out to Blackbird Simulations for giving me the chance to show you guys their SR-71 due to release this week. The depth of simulation there will challenge the, well, you'd want to do your homework on it, which, you know, it's cool, right? We geek out at these things. The KwikFlight Archangel, almost as if it follows the name of the developer, KwikFlight. It's considerably faster to get in, power it up and go flying. It's a beautiful aircraft, looks great and sounds great. There's lovely features with it. So we do have a lot of options with those as well. Grumpy Dad, a very good evening. Thank you very much indeed for the follow. What else do we have? Parallel 42. I'm really happy with the with Typical Weather. I think it's genius because I was always guilty of having loads of different weather presets, right? Be like, oh, what one do I want? And then you find it and it wasn't just there. I really like what they've done here. And the GoFish, I mean, come on, right? That's a bit of crack. Different, and, you know, we just need to find the right locations and then, you know, make it difficult for fishing, you know. But yeah, it's been a busy night, and it's just a great week in Flight Sim. We've tons of releases, and there's more yet to come this week before we get to Christmas. Also, massive news as well from Navigraph. You saw all the updates they dropped. You know, we have VFR charts now across Europe. We have VFR sectionals in Europe, and we now have heli sectionals in the US. It's been a mad day for Navigraph as well. But anyway, right, that's it, lads. We're kind of done now. We're back tomorrow morning, 1100 Zulu. We're going to be doing our Navigraph Academy, learning how to fly. And if you have any questions relating to flight sims, or even, as I said, we're going to be covering how to read charts and all that kind of stuff over the coming weeks. And then tomorrow night at 2000 Zulu, we have our Christmas VATSIM flight. Looking forward to that. And then we have our grand finale of the on-air Christmas challenge on Friday night as we fly from Norway into Finland. Very much looking forward to that as well. So, lads, I want to thank you all so very much for coming in. To London Controller and all the Raiders, lads, I really do appreciate you. Thank you very much indeed. Have a lovely evening. And to everyone who's tuned in, thank you all so very much indeed. Don't forget, over in the Discord, we're going to be launching a giveaway for FlightsimTease.com. So stand by for that. We'll get that going now in a few minutes. So, that's it now. I'm going to lie down. But until then, you take care.